sound. Assembly chamber, 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 sound. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound.
Members wishing to make a statement should do so by rising in their places. The usual rules will apply. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to the life and work of Jackie Hewitt, MBE, who made a massive contribution to community development in the Greater Shankill area and beyond. When I commenced work for the Greater Shankill Community Council in 1997, Jackie was its chairman and a stalwart of the community. He was a key driver of Farset Youth and Community Development on the Springfield Road, also Farset Enterprise Park, Farset Urban Farm and the Farset International Hostel. It was Jackie who proposed that we establish the Shankill Mirror community newspaper in 1999, which I managed for 7 years. Jackie was a key board member and wrote most of the editorial columns at that time, and the newspaper continues today. Along with Jackie Redpath, he established the Greater Shankill Community Convention in 2001, bringing together the entire community after a time of division. Jackie Hewitt was a key member of Ainsworth Community Association and a local housing association. He had been manager of Woodvale Youth Training Project and Woodvale ACE Project. He was also prominent in the Ireland Funds, VASA, the Forum for Action on Substance Abuse, and the support group established to assist the families of those killed and those injured in the 1993 Shankill bomb. He was instrumental in the cross-border Farset Inishowen and Border Counties Initiative, which included a focus on remembering those who served in the First World War, including linking with the Mayor of Drogheda, Sean Collins. Jackie was active in the Orange Institution, including serving as District Master of Belfast No. 3 District for 1 year. He was also a key instigator of the Thiepval Memorial, Loyal Orange Lodge No. 1916, promoting the memory of the Orange contribution at the Battle of the Somme. He was also active in the Cave Hill Old Park branch of the Royal British Legion, assisting in fundraising for 2 memorials to the 3 Scottish soldiers. During my year as Lord Mayor of Belfast in 2017, I hosted the Greater Shankill Best Awards at City Hall. I was delighted that Jackie Hewitt was selected to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award. I had the honour of presenting this award to Jackie, who attended along with his wife Glenda. At Jackie's funeral service last month, their daughter Helen led the tribute. Among her memories was Jackie interrupting a family holiday to France in the 1980s as he wanted to visit an old tower which was in a neglected condition. This, of course, was the Ulster Memorial Tower at Thiepval, officially opened in 1921 to commemorate the fallen of the 36th Ulster Division in the Battle of the Somme. Jackie established the Farset Somme project, which successfully lobbied to have the memorial refurbished. Jackie was also instrumental in founding the Somme Association, which manages the Ulster Tower, the visitor centre beside it, and owns Thiepval Wood, as well as the Somme Museum at Conlake in County Down. With deepest sympathy to his wife Glenda, their daughter Helen, husband William, and their son, Jackie's grandson David, and the entire family circle, and Jackie's many close friends. Thank you.
Well, Declan Kearney.
Last Saturday, the Ulster GAA for All tournament took place at Kickham's GAC Cregan in Southampton. It was an absolutely brilliant event. And for me, GAA for All sums up everything that is best about Common Lou Class Scale. It creates the space for the most special people within our community to participate, to be valued, and to be the best that they can be in taking part in our national games. Ulster Council GAA and Kickham's GAC have done amazing work to promote inclusion in our games for children and young people with special and additional needs. And I want to pay huge thanks to both for all of their endeavour. The organisation of the programme on Saturday was absolutely exemplary. 23 teams participated from right across Ulster, and the attention to detail was exceptional, including the provision of a sensory room within the club pavilion. But the biggest shout-out, Achon Corlia, must go to the players and the participants. Every single one of them is a GAA All-Star. To their parents, to their guardians and to all of their clubs who supported them, I also want to acknowledge their important role. And to top it off, the weather was absolutely wonderful. Now, Kickham's GAC can't claim credit for that, but I have to say it can deserve recognition as being one of the best clubs in Ireland. Now, Adwiam Ernoya Achioncorlia Goal
I admit, sir, that I am partial in this matter.
Being slightly biased on that particular point. But Mar Uckle Skur,
As a final word,
Cagliari,
Cookham is celebrating its 100 years of existence, and it will continue to live and thrive.
Finally, I want to highlight that Kickham's GAC is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. So here's to the next 100 years of promoting Gaelic games, building community and promoting inclusion. Gora Maigat.
Right.
I rise to speak about the dire state of our wastewater infrastructure. Over the last few weeks, we've seen a number of reports on the devastating impact our inadequate wastewater infrastructure is having on our environment, on house building, on public health and the wider economy. I want to highlight two examples. Last Wednesday, we heard about the catastrophic pollution affecting bathing waters in Newcastle, alongside many other areas along our coast. In 2023, the 80 monitored storm overflows were recorded to discharge in total for more hours than there are in a year. These are only the monitored storm overflows out of 2,400. The picture could be much worse. Our wastewater infrastructure isn't up to standard. It just cannot cope, and our rivers, lakes and sea are paying the price. These spills are supposed to be exceptional, but de facto they are now the norm. These revelations came just days after the Office for Environmental Protection published its report on the unsatisfactory state of water quality in Northern Ireland. Secondly, a few weeks ago we learned that the development of nearly 20,000 properties is now practically ground to a halt in 23 cities, towns and villages across Northern Ireland because the wastewater system is at capacity. This is impacting homes, schools, medical facilities, businesses. It's terrible news for the many people looking for a home. It's terrible news for our economy and for all of us suffering the squeeze in our education and health systems. The root cause of this crisis lies in Northern Ireland's Water's funding model. It can't borrow to invest, has been left with the 21-20C price control, 27 price control that isn't fully funded, and the impact this is having on environmental, economic, ecological and public health is intolerable. The very substantial infrastructure works that are needed to address the huge problem we are seeing now are very difficult to plan and fund under these conditions. Unfortunately, the result is not just standstill, but actual deterioration. While Alliance is clear that we do not support privatisation or new water charges, NI Water's funding model is unsustainable and unfit for purpose. Alliance wants to see a plan of action from the Minister, advised by the Fiscal Council, that will deliver desperately needed investment, and one option would be to explore mutualisation so that NI Water can borrow to invest. I will continue to work with those who want to develop solutions to these problems and look forward to further correspondence with the Department on these matters. Thank you.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday we had a glorious day in Ormeau Park. The sun was so strong, it was so balmy, that people like me would normally have to shelter under the awning of some of the beautiful oaks and elm trees in Ormeau Park. But I put on my Factor 50 and I was there as a participant and volunteer in an amazing community festival called Ballynafest. And I wanted to reflect on Ballynafest, the amazing hard work of the volunteers. It's entirely volunteer-led. It was a wonderful, glorious community day. There was a whole range of activities. There was music, there was a petting zoo, there was circus entertainers. Really, it was a day that allowed the community in that part of South Belfast, which is a diverse community. It's cross-community in the traditional sense that we mean it in Northern Ireland, but it is gloriously diverse people from a whole range of national, ethnic backgrounds, people of all ages, classes, and creeds came together in Ormeau Park, and it really brought out the absolute best of that part of South Belfast, which is a place where I am proud to call home, but also very proud to represent in this constituency. So that greater Ormeau Road area, Ballynafie, Rosetta, Ravenhill, people really came together and had a wonderful day, and it really was driven by people in that community. There was relatively limited support from City Council, but a lot of elbow grease and creativity and imagination went in, and it really exemplified the best of that community. So a huge thank you and well done to the organisers and to everyone who participated. But I also want to flag other community festivals in South Belfast. One is happening this weekend and it's open. Botanic. Botanic is an area which is also gloriously, wonderfully diverse, and people from across the world have come and made their home in the Botanic Greater Holy Land University area. There's going to be a day of community activity in Botanic. I would encourage people to come along. Hopefully, unfortunately, I doubt we'll have quite the same glorious weather that we had last Saturday in Ormeau Park, but it will be, I'm sure, no doubt, a special day, and it's real, again, an exemplification of what makes South Belfast so special, and it does sit in stark contrast to some of the hate that we saw this summer. That's what South Belfast, and Belfast in general, is and should be all about. I also want to reflect on Low Memorial Church in Fermanagh, who have a glorious annual fun day. They too had a really successful day on Saturday. They also got a great day for it. It's another great community institution in Fermanagh, Low Memorial Church. Well done to them. They are a huge part of the community in South Belfast. And I just wanted to reflect on those examples of the glorious, diverse community that supports one another and has a great time together in South Belfast, as you well know, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Michelle McElveen.
A number of months, residents served by the Newtownards sorting office have been suffering lengthy delays of several weeks in receiving their mail. There are residents who are missing important medical appointments and running out of vital medication. At the early stage of this, we were being told that there were staff shortages due to sickness. The problems are continuing. I've contacted Royal Mail asking for a meeting to find out what steps they're taking to reach a solution, but I've heard nothing, and that's unless, of course, they're using postal as a response. I have raised this with the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, Minister for Small Business, Consumers and Labour Markets, highlighting the problems being faced by local people. This is not the type of service that we should expect from Royal Mail. It's not the service that people are paying for at a rapidly increasing price. Local residents appreciate that this is not the fault of the local postman, but in the absence of any other explanation, there seems to be considerable foot dragging on the part of Royal Mail to sort this out. My office is receiving at least 4 or 5 calls per day from across the area served by the Newtownards sorting office from people who are deeply concerned at the lack of service. Local residents were told that they should come and collect their mail from the Jubilee Road depot. I had one gentleman who, when he attended, was told that his mail was out for delivery, yet he didn't receive it for another 3 days. Another lady from Clockey was told last Thursday that hers was to be delivered the next day, and it still hasn't arrived. One gentleman told me he'd been paid a tax rebate and received the letter telling him that he was getting it a week later. Another gentleman from Clinchy is unable to leave his home, so could not go to the depot, and was without mail for over 2 weeks, until late last week when a huge bundle of mail was dropped through his letterbox. And the stories are the same from towns right across the area, be that the Peninsula, Newtownards, Cumber, Clinchy and so on. This is not just an issue of inconvenience to those residents. There's also a knock-on effect on services and businesses. Taking, for example, the National Health Service, taking appointments, for example, and if those appointments then are missed, that has implications for the health service itself. And this has happened multiple times during this period of postal delays. It is unacceptable, but it's also unacceptable that Royal Mail should bury their heads in the sand and not meet with local representatives on this issue. And instead we have a situation where the rumour mill starts to run wild with all sorts of speculation, which is fuelled by customer frustration.
Cathy Mason.
I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Friends of Ward 15 on celebrating their 50th anniversary last weekend. A special thank you to Jim McGeehan and Colin Polly and all of the volunteers who organised and made the event marking the occasion at the Great Hall so memorable. It truly was an honour to be part of such a significant milestone, surrounded by the people who have made this organisation what it is today. Hearing the many stories of how Ward 15 has supported not only those facing addiction, but also their families, was both moving and inspiring. For those who don't know what Friends of Ward 15 are, they are a vital support group in the Downshire Hospital in Downpatrick who have given hope to thousands of patients with addictions. It was first created by ex-patients of Ward 15 50 years ago now in 1974. And since then they have provided essential support and comfort to anyone who's experiencing addiction rehabilitation. One quote that was shared on the night that really touched me and has stayed with me was, "You can't go under it, you can't go over it, you must go through it." This resonates so deeply with the journey of recovery, one that requires immense courage, patience and perseverance from both the individuals themselves and their loved ones. 50 years of service, care and unwavering support for individuals in recovery, as well as their families, is an extraordinary achievement. The compassion, understanding and dedication of everyone involved, past and present, have helped countless people rebuild their lives and relationships, offering hope and healing to entire families. Thank you again to everyone who made the event so remarkable. Your tireless work and commitment to this vital cause are truly making a difference. And I look forward to seeing how Ward 15 will continue to lead the way in supporting recovery and strengthening families over the next 50 years. On the night, each guest that was in attendance received this little memento, and it says, "May you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make." Something I think at times we all need to hear. So here's to many more years of friendship, healing and community.
Peter McReynolds.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise today on a topic that I've raised several times in this chamber, that of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, and the colossal gap in services that currently exist for children and adults across Northern Ireland. Last week I was grateful to the Health Minister to meet with ADD and I, a charity who have really led the charge on this topic over the last 27 years. And on that note, I'll single out Sarah Salters and Keith Anderson to thank them for the work that they have done over the last number of years in highlighting the unfair and needless challenges facing people living with, and crucially, potentially living with, ADHD across Northern Ireland. Challenges like being told you're on a waiting list for 8 to 10 years for an ADHD assessment, and in the meantime there's nothing available. Or the private diagnosis you paid over £1,000 for won't be accepted by your GP, but you can pay hundreds of pounds a month instead privately, or join a waiting list because there's nothing available. Or lastly, your child with that childhood diagnosis and access to medication reaching the age of 18, and because of the fragmented care pathways, because they're now an adult, causing a gap in service for them because they need a renewed diagnosis. And that, Mr. Speaker, is before we reach the daily symptoms of the condition itself and the impact that it actually has on that individual. Mr. Speaker, 2 to 3 generations of children have now grown up to be adults with ADHD. In that time, they've masked their symptoms and soldiered on into adulthood, thinking that they were the problem, when it was the lack of services and support that was failing them, and potentially their parents, due to the genetic link that exists in ADHD. I've recently been appointed chair of the APG on ADHD, and we are reinvigorated to do that, do what we can as a group to make sure that those living with the condition get the support and services that they deserve. Last week was our first meeting with the Health Minister, and we welcomed what he told us on that morning in his office. That work does appear to be taking place, and we recognise that it will take time that we simply do not have to correct the issues and challenges that are facing people living with the condition and potentially living with it. So as a group, and as a community, an ADHD community, we will continue to watch, engage and listen, but crucially, we will not let this slip off the radar again. Those living with ADHD have suffered in silence for too long, and I will be doing all that I can to make sure that we get the Commission services and the necessary improvements we need to make living with the condition easier. Thank you.
Leanne Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, and this week in South Down we are honoured and excited to welcome the Irish Open Golf Tournament to Newcastle. The Royal County Down Golf Club in Newcastle have the honour of hosting this Irish Open. The club were rated by Golf Digest as the world's #1 course, and just months ago Northern Ireland was named the best golf destination in Western Europe by the International Association of Golf Tour Operators. So what better place to host this tournament than in South Down, with the unrivalled backdrop of where the mountains of Mourne sweep down to the sea. Some 80,000 fans are expected to descend upon Newcastle for the event, with a potential global television audience of 400 million homes. The last time the club hosted the event 9 years ago, it was estimated that spectators and participants contributed some £4.4 million to the local economy, with 30% of the visitors travelling from outside Northern Ireland. There really is a great excitement throughout Newcastle and the Mournes, with a memorable experience on offer to see some of the golfing world's most popular stars in action, including our homegrown favourites, Rory McIlroy, Tom McKibben, Padraig Harrington, Shane Lowry, Seamus Power, and this will be a huge event in Newcastle. I really welcome it and all that it brings to showcase our area and to inspire the next generation of golfers. I want to take this opportunity to wish the Royal County Down Golf Club every success in hosting this event and wish all competitors and spectators an enjoyable tournament.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Federation of Small Business was established 50 years ago next month, at a time when the UK economy was on its knees, and the government tried to plug the gaping hole in its finances by hiking national insurance contributions on the self-employed. It was a blow against those unable to defend themselves. One man decided to take a stand, and so in that pre-social media age, he took his pen and wrote a letter to the newspaper citing calls for business owners as diverse as, I quote, a musician, a boat builder, an undertaker, a chimney sweep, a window cleaner, and hundreds of shopkeepers to do something about it. Within 2 weeks of writing his letter, Norman Small had called a public meeting of business owners, and so the National Federation of Self-Employed was formed, an organisation of volunteers who strive to protect small businesses by lobbying to improve the laws that affect them, as well as providing support and advice services where challenges remain. 50 years on, as the largest business lobby in Northern Ireland and indeed the UK, and I know members in this House will be familiar with Roger, Neil, Hannah and John, who have been especially helpful in relation to childcare policy. They are marking this anniversary with a number of activities. One of these will see them engage alongside another outstanding voluntary organisation, which is celebrating its own 20th anniversary this year, the Park Run. It's a simple idea, 5K run held weekly on Saturday mornings for young and old alike, walkers, couch to 5K, amateur runners and elite athletes. And because much of the focus of FSB's lobbying efforts is at Stormont, they're going to engage with the Stormont Park Run in a small celebration of the power and value of voluntary effort. They're inviting members, staff, families, supporters to come along at 9 a.m. at Stormont Park Run on Saturday the 14th of September. And whether to run, volunteer or just experience that atmosphere and share a tea or coffee with some of those who helped to make both of these great organisations what they are today. So I want to congratulate FSB and the Park Run on their anniversaries and wish them many more successful years to come. Thank you.
David Brooks.
Today we mark World Suicide Prevention Day. It's a subject on which I think we can all unite. It's a tragic reality that strikes many of our communities, and there will be few inside this chamber as well as outside this chamber who have not experienced its tragic impact in some way. A friend, a colleague, a family member, or someone you know who through other channels. We all agree it is essential that we foster a culture of openness and support, breaking down the stigma that often surrounds mental health struggles, and we must work to make our aspirations of investment in mental health services and that mental health should be treated equally to physical health a reality, promoting early intervention and ensuring that everyone knows they are not alone and that there is always another, better way. Every conversation we have, every sign of encouragement, every show of support can make a difference to someone. Let's commit to making the places that we are present somewhere where people can feel heard and listened to. It would be remiss of me to stand here today to mark this particular day without also paying tribute to the work of some of our local mental health charities, charities like Aware, like Action Mental Health, national charities like the Samaritans, and as well as groups that are doing some terrific work in my own constituency of East Belfast, like Survivors of Suicide and Men's Minds Matter, who do excellent work, as I say. Together, through compassion and understanding, we can work towards a future where everyone in Northern Ireland has the support they need, not only to survive, but to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to stand today and mark World Suicide Prevention Day and to express solidarity with all those families and communities scarred by the scourge of suicide. 13 years ago, it's hard to believe it's that long since the suicide of my beautiful sister Gay. My family still bear those scars, and I'll never forget the kindness that you showed to me at that time, Mr. Speaker. But those scars never heal. So many families, too many families, have similar stories and share similar pain. They, like us, still lie awake at night, torturing themselves trying to answer questions that they'll never be able to answer. It's not something you ever get over, it's just something you go through. And I want to commend the courage of so many suffering families who channel their grief into helping others navigate their way through the minefield of loss through suicide. In particular, I'd like to mention today the family of young Jack Edgar, who was lost to suicide in December 2022. Today, his father Tony and other family and friends will finish the last leg of a huge run from Derry to the Aviva Stadium in Dublin, where Ireland play Greece tonight, to raise awareness and to help shatter the stigma of suicide. Their courage and commitment to this cause is not just a fitting tribute to their beautiful son, but it will help promote awareness, provoke conversations, and even save lives. I commend the work of so many of our charities, and I implore this place as an assembly and the executive to do more. We can all do more. The Department of Health can do more. The executive should do more, but we all have a duty as elected representatives to do what we can to promote this issue, to promote awareness, to challenge stigma, and to work together to promote good mental health and well-being.
This month is obviously September, but it's Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, but it's an international campaign to support and raise awareness for children and young people who are living with cancer. And this badge that I'm wearing today is to mark that month. We can all agree that cancer is a cruel illness which snatches loved ones away from us, and as the Princess of Wales talked about yesterday, can change life in an instant, and it gives you a new perspective on life as well. It's a very tough journey for those receiving treatment, and for children and young people there is added extra pressures. Time away from their social circles, endless trips to the hospital, time out of school, and for many young people they feel very different from their peers, and as we all know at that age it can be very tough. I've had personal experience of childhood cancer within my own family, and I remember my sister travelling at 6 in the morning with my parents down to Belfast to hospital appointments at the time, and there was huge pressure on my parents. Being a child should be carefree, but it's not the case if you have a child with cancer. Health and well-being of children, young people and families is just as important as the medical treatment, and that's why today I publicly want to say thank you to the charities that supported my family, Click Sargent Cancer Care and Cancer Fund for Children, who run Daisy Lodge in Newcastle. These charities supported my family during very difficult times. At Daisy Lodge, we had a haven where we knew we could go on holiday without fear of nobody knowing what to do if we were in a medical emergency, and simply the fact that those who were there knew exactly what we were going through as a family. And I pay tribute to our healthcare staff, and in particular play therapists, who helped us understand cancer through the lens of play. Children are the future in our society, and we often talk about ensuring that children have the best start in life possible. And this is so true when we talk about children when an illness strikes. We need to ensure that we fund the services appropriately, and going forward that we take into account that it's not just the disease that needs tackled, but educational needs, social needs, mental health and family support. Thank you.
Thank you. I've received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Mr Speaker, I wish to make a statement regarding the future provision of winter fuel payments in Northern Ireland. Although I have already made a written ministerial statement to the Assembly on the 30th of August, I wanted to make an oral statement to the Assembly today to give this House an opportunity to express their views and ask questions on behalf of their constituents, many of whom will be deeply impacted by the Labour government's decision to limit winter fuel payments. And let us be clear, The restriction on these payments is directly and wholly the result of the decision taken by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Winter fuel payments were introduced by a Labour government in 1997, and successive governments, recognising its critical importance to pensioners, have kept it in place until now. This was a totally unexpected announcement from the new government in Westminster. It was not mooted by the government before now. It was not part of their manifesto, and indeed only a few months ago, when the Prime Minister was Leader of the Opposition, he said that the winter fuel payment should be maintained. Therefore, it came as a surprise to us all that the government would announce the removal of this important benefit, and I can confirm that my department was given no prior notice of the planned change. As members will be aware, the principle of parity is reflected in Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. Generally means that social security benefits are paid at the same rates and with the same conditions of entitlement across the UK. Where parity is maintained, then expenditure on pensions and social security benefits in Northern Ireland is funded in full by the UK Government. Any deviation from this principle of parity that results in additional expenditure in Northern Ireland must normally be paid from the block grant. The estimated additional cost to the block grant of maintaining universal entitlement to a winter fuel payment in Northern Ireland for winter 24-25 is £44.3 million, and this does not even include any additional delivery or staffing costs. In addition, it's estimated that an appropriate IT system to deliver universal winter fuel payments in Northern Ireland could cost between £5 to £8 million for development and a further 20% of the development spend per annum for support and maintenance. Therefore, for the Executive to even consider breaking parity on this decision by the Labour government would require significant cuts to Northern Ireland's already struggling public services. And to those who glibly say that the Executive could make a different decision, I would ask them, what would they cut or what services would they postpone? It is simply not credible to claim that the government have left the Executive with any other choice. So let me repeat what I have said already a number of times since the Chancellor's announcement. I strongly disagree with and am totally opposed to this decision. I believe that this decision is wrong. It's wrong because it will have serious consequences for the comfort, well-being and health of older people across Northern Ireland. It is wrong because it will put additional pressure on public services that will face increased burdens due to the health implications it will cause for people. And it is wrong because in order to remove benefits from those who do not need them, those who are just above the threshold become collateral damage. I have made clear to the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions my total opposition to this decision, and I have outlined the detrimental impact it will have on many people in Northern Ireland. I have raised this issue with other ministers in the UK Government, and as an Executive, we have written to the Prime Minister to express our grave concern. Even at this late stage, I would urge the Government to reconsider. We are all aware of the incredibly difficult budget situation that we find ourselves in. We have had to make choices in our departments that ordinarily we would not like to make. But this decision is wrong, and I hope that the Government will recognise that. In the meantime, it is extremely important that people ensure they are receiving all of the benefits that they are entitled to. I would therefore encourage everyone to check their entitlement to pension credit at their earliest opportunity. This can be done by telephoning the Northern Ireland Pension Centre's pension credit application line. And the Department's unique Make the Call wraparound service puts people in touch with any benefits, supports and services to which they may be entitled. And I would also encourage people to get in touch with them. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that this is a worrying time for many who are concerned about how they will manage this winter. The Government have got this wrong and additional support will be required. And I have already asked Executive colleagues that any Barnett consequentials for cost of living support this winter are ring-fenced so that we can do whatever we can to ameliorate the worst consequences of this harmful UK Government decision. and I will keep the Assembly informed about how we can best help in this regard. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Just before I call members, I think you can see yourselves, virtually everybody wants to ask a question this, so I'll ask you all to be as concise as possible. And I call Mark Durkin on behalf of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. It is appropriate that he has come to the House to make an oral statement on this issue. We also share the Minister's opposition to and anger at the decision of the UK Government that will plunge thousands of pensioners further into poverty. We in the SDLP do recognise the constraints of parity, but parity doesn't mean parity. Can the Minister tell us what, if any, alternatives have been explored, and if his department will look at implementing income threshold criteria rather than basing eligibility solely on benefit entitlement?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this decision, there are a number of problems that we have faced in trying to take a different path from that set by the UK Government. Now, some have said that this is a devolved issue, therefore it is entirely up to ourselves to decide what we do. But the principle of parity is ingrained, not just in terms of the funding that is available, but also in the methods of delivery for us to make sure that we get money to those who need it. So we were in a position not only where we were struggling halfway through a financial year to find significant additional resource, but we were also in the position where we did not have the necessary IT systems in order to deliver the benefit that we might like to do, or to find another way in terms of means testing the benefit. The delivery of a new IT system would take 18 to 36 months to complete. It would come at additional cost. We weren't able to use the existing DWP system. And if we were to do it manually, it would have required 150,000 man-hours of time by my officials, which we simply couldn't do. So yes, although people are saying this was a decision for the Executive, in reality it was a decision for the Executive in name only, because we didn't have either the funding or the mechanism to continue this. That's why it's right that we continue to pressure the UK Government to make sure that additional support can be made available, or preferably so that they can reverse this decision.
Fermanagh, Concordia, and I want to thank the Minister for the statement and to say that I also agree that this is a wrong decision. Given the recent announcement by the British Government in terms of the winter fuel payment cut will impact people who don't qualify for pension credits, but who nonetheless may struggle to pay their fuel bills, and you've mentioned amelioration, have you already explored ways in which that might be ameliorated if the funding were available?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is the potential of a different funds being made available to the Northern Ireland Executive, for example from the Household Support Fund extension that was announced by the Government last week. I have said to my executive colleagues that I would like that to be ring-fenced so that we can, where possible, provide a top-up. That's not something that I believe we will be able to do in the next few weeks because of the way the IT systems are set up. If there is potential for doing that, that will be later on. But yes, it is absolutely right that if there is additional support available, we need to ensure that that goes to those who need it.
And thank you to the Minister for his answers so far. We all know this is an absolutely shocking decision, and my granda wanted me to pass that on too. But Minister, you've referenced the significantly low take-up in pension credit and ways to check this, but we all are aware of the lack of knowledge and the stigma associated with claiming benefits. So Minister, what can your department do to address this, and also how can you work with the likes of local government to coordinate services to help support people in this position?
The member's absolutely right to raise the issue of awareness of benefits in particular, and I say it time and time again in this House, but I hope that members will take this on board and make use of the excellent Make the Call service that is available. We, through that service, have been able to deliver millions of pounds of additional support to people right across Northern Ireland. There should be absolutely no shame in claiming the support that has been made available to people. So I would encourage people to make use of that service and the pension credit application line that I have talked about. I would encourage people to go to their MLAs as well, and certainly if members need any further advice on how they can help their constituents, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I really appreciate you outlining your lack of knowledge and forewarning of this cut, unlike others who sit on the same government benches that are driving this change in Westminster and then criticise that change at the Assembly. We do want to see solutions. We want to see things that are going to make a tangible difference, and we want to understand what wider targeted support measures for older people there are going to be, particularly in the absence. I know that I harp on about this quite a bit, about the anti-poverty strategy. So when can we expect an anti-poverty strategy, and will there be anything targeted to older people in it?
I know there's been some commentary on this over the last couple of days, but the Executive is united and committed to ensuring that an anti-poverty strategy is delivered, along with a fuel poverty strategy as well. And of course there will be measures within that that will target poverty across all age groups, but I think it is fair to say that fuel poverty is a particular issue for older people, and that's certainly where my focus will be. And in the extensive conversations that I have had back and forward with executive colleagues over this decision, it's clear that there is executive support for ensuring that the fuel poverty strategy is delivered as soon as possible.
Andy,
Mr Speaker, the Minister, like so many others, will no doubt recall the memorable moment where the former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak stood in giving his resignation statement with the sound of "things can only get better" blaring in the background, and many did hold this government up as being the better option, and clearly that hasn't transpired for the many pensioners who have abruptly had this valuable and the payment that they rely on taken away from them. So can the Minister indicate to this House what engagement he has had with the UK Government on increasing the minimum income threshold for pension credit?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't have any prior knowledge of this whatsoever, but I have raised these issues, as the member has highlighted, in subsequent meetings that I have had with the Secretary of State for the Department for Work and Pensions and other UK Government ministers as well. Look, I don't actually think this is a decision that is right for older people in Northern Ireland, but I don't think it's the right one for the UK Government either. I think it's short-term savings, but will actually create longer-term problems for them. It is inevitable that there's going to have to be a change made in relation to this, which may actually do away with all of the savings that the government hope to make on this, and I will certainly continue to push the issues that the member has raised.
Ferguson.
Given obviously the high levels of fuel poverty that people and families across the north basically continue to experience, and the devastating news that it is that we're speaking about today for pensioners, can the Minister confirm what additional actions he will take to ensure our pensioners are aware of and able to access their full entitlements? And can I confirm that this detrimental impact that we're talking about today will be reflected in the draft fuel poverty strategy, which is due out for consultation shortly?
Well, a number of issues there, Mr Speaker. First of all, yes, as I've already said, we need to make sure that the Make the Call service is well known and that people take advantage of that. But I've also engaged directly with the government to ensure that any campaigns that they are taking part in, to make sure that people are aware of the support that is available to them, that Northern Ireland is also included in that, and that we're not left behind, but that the work that they are doing in the meantime to mitigate against the worst impacts of this are also reflected in what it is that they are doing in the rest of the UK. In terms of the fuel poverty strategy, I think this is a significant issue and will have a significant impact, and therefore it's right that that is addressed in the fuel poverty strategy as well.
Buckley.
Minister, this is a disgraceful decision, with Labour choosing to pick the pocket of over 10 million pensioners across the UK, whilst continual wastage on benefit fraud to the tune of £2 billion, and indeed a cash-bursting £11 billion on climate aid in relation to foreign aid. The issue of transparency is important. So can the Minister clarify, the SDLP who sit in the opposition in this place enjoy a sister party relationship and sit on the government benches at Westminster. So can he clarify, has he received any letter or appeal from the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Matthew O'Toole, challenging this disgraceful decision by the Labour government?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I have had no correspondence from Mr O'Toole on this matter. I note that he did have time to speak to the media about it, but he certainly didn't write to me or encourage me to take any course of action maybe he'll directly contact the Labour Party through the good relationship that he has as he shares government benches with them.
Kelly Armstrong.
Speaker, Minister, like you, I am totally opposed to the decision taken by Westminster and encourage you to continue to make representation for support for vulnerable people, particularly older people living in poverty. But Minister, can you confirm, and we're thinking about solutions going forward, that you will include targeted and clear actions in your upcoming housing strategy that will deliver affordable warmth for pensioners who do not qualify for pension credit and therefore will not receive the winter fuel payment? And if I could, and if your diary is permitting, I invite you to come to room 115 at 1 p.m. to meet electrical safety first and discuss with organisations the pressures facing the most vulnerable, including pensioners.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I appreciate the invite. Unfortunately, I have other business this afternoon, but even at the late stage, I appreciate the invitation to that, and I hope the member will keep me updated about what's discussed at that meeting. I think there are a number of ways in which we can additionally help on these issues, both through what we hope to do in housing and the fuel poverty strategy and the anti-poverty strategy more generally. And again, tackling this issue will not just be the responsibility of any one department. And although I hope that the government will reverse its decision and will provide additional support, I think it's only right that we continue to do what we can to make sure that we limit the impact of fuel poverty in Northern Ireland.
On your Murphy.
To thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber this morning. Ministers, rural homes are often more expensive to heat due to poor insulation and a higher dependence on fossil fuels. Can I ask you if you will look at a specific range of measures to help pensioners living in rural areas to heat their homes?
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is something as well that the energy strategy will be looking at as well, in terms of making sure that people have access to the right information so that they can get what they need in order to make sure that their homes are as energy efficient as possible. But there are potentially other supports that we might be able to provide. And as I've just said, that's why it is so important that executive ministers and departments are working together so that we can look at the root causes of some of these problems. That's why fuel poverty is so much higher in Northern Ireland. It's because of some of the issues that the member has raised. And so we need to tackle them at the root cause. But unfortunately, the decision by the Labour government have just added to what is an already very difficult decision.
All right, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, what advice can you give to my constituents who now face many months of financial uncertainty coming into the winter? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that we've had this question because it allows me to speak again about the importance of making sure that people are getting what it is that they are entitled to. I may have mentioned it before, but there is the fantastic Make the Call service within my department, and I would encourage MLAs to make sure that people are getting what it is that they require. For those in social housing as well, it's important that the Housing Executive and Housing Associations do what they can to help. And of course, if there are any specific issues around that, I would encourage the member to get in contact with me directly. But again, I would still encourage people to lobby the government on this and get them to change their mind, because this was the wrong decision, and it's simply not tenable for them to continue in this vein.
Dr. Reagan.
Thank you very much for the Minister's remarks so far. Minister, in your modelling within the department, have you worked out the numbers how this is likely to affect, and with the impact with the particular fuel strategies that we have coming forward, how we're going to deal with that issue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are currently 306,000 pensioners in Northern Ireland, and we believe that 249,000 will lose out and only 57,000 will retain their winter fuel payments. So for anyone that is saying that this is about taking away a benefit from the richest in our society, they've got that wrong. Over 80% of those that are currently entitled to a winter fuel payment will lose it. That inevitably means that there are those on the edges and the fringes who are going to be very deeply affected by this decision.
Thank you,
the Minister for his statement.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement as well. Minister, you've outlined the intervention via the Executive, which expressed grave concerns regarding this announcement. Can you outline responses received from this engagement and from other correspondence that you might have had.
Minister.
I assume the member's referring to other ministerial colleagues in Northern Ireland, and so I did take the opportunity. Obviously this was going to be a cross-cutting, controversial, significant decision, so it needed to be referred to the executive, and all executive colleagues were in agreement in relation to the need for this decision to be taken, albeit we all did it reluctantly. But whenever we considered the inability of the executive to fund this and the inability of the executive to deliver it through the current system, it was perhaps inevitable that all ministers in the executive came to the same decision.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for a statement today, and like others, we all share our anger at the Labour decision here. Could the Minister detail to the House what engagement did the Minister receive from the Labour government in advance of their decision?
No engagement or no warning from the government until the day of the announcement itself. That is unusual because normally when there are changes made to social security or benefits or payments, we would normally get advance notice of that so that we could prepare and change the legislation. But in this instance, we received no advance notification.
Andrew McMurray.
Just ask the Minister, is there a specific communications plan that his department is going to roll out in regards to this, the winter fuel payment?
Well, as I've already said, I have engaged with DWP and asked that Northern Ireland is included in any further communications plan, but we currently have a comms plan in regards to the help and support that we give. That will clearly need to be ramped up over the coming weeks to make sure that those who are on pension credit, who are eligible for pension credit but aren't getting it, apply.
Erskine.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today on this issue. In 2024, it's incredible that charities and organisations such as Libraries NI are arranging warm room initiatives or say that elderly people are attending their services just to escape the cold. This is a cross-departmental issue, as has been discussed today, and there is an impact upon health with pensioners switching off their heating. And unfortunately, there's a narrative that the Executive reached this decision very easily. So can the Minister assure us that the Executive give proper and due consideration, taking into account the extra pressures that would be on public services before taking this decision?
Minister.
The fact that in recent winters there has still been a considerable number of people that feel that they need to avail of services that are provided, such as warm places to go to. So this was all part of our consideration. We recognised what a difficult decision that this would be, and the member's absolutely right to highlight the fact that this was not a decision that was taken lightly, but there was extensive engagement with executive colleagues. I know there's been some criticism simply because we did not meet in person, but the fact that we did not meet in person does not mean that this was not considered, that we did not look at all of the evidence, that we did not properly consider what the implications would be. But unfortunately, this was an executive decision in name only, because the government did not provide us with the finances or the means for us to be able to deliver the benefit as it currently exists.
Dan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this to the Chamber today. And it is good to hear him speak so strongly on his opposition to this decision by the Labour government. And I wanted to ask him, what engagement has he had with the Labour government since their decision to limit the winter fuel payment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had a number of meetings with ministers in the UK government. I first of all expressed my concern directly to the Work and Pension Secretary, Liz Kendall. I have also spoken to other ministers in the Northern Ireland office, other ministers in DWP as well. And of course, the Executive has written to all, to the Prime Minister from all Executive colleagues to highlight our opposition to this.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you have thrown down the gauntlet to MLAs here today to identify what we would cut or what services we should postpone. Stormont is able to find 9 million annually for an Irish Language Act, 1.6 million annually to maintain the prison buildings as a shrine to terrace at the Maze, and over 35 million a year on useless north-south bodies and the north-south Ministerial Council. These are cuts I would happily make to ease the burden on our most vulnerable. Did the Minister or any of his executive colleagues press for these revenue spends to be cut in order to cover the costs of maintaining the winter fuel payment?
The member hasn't just highlighted resource spend there, he's also highlighted some capital spends, and even if we wanted to end all of the services that some of those bodies provided, which include promoting Northern Ireland across the world, for example, if we were to cut all of those, some of that would actually cost more money, because you'd be wanting to get rid of staff in year, and those would be compulsory redundancies. So I'm more than happy to listen to any members for the ideas that they have about how we can save money in Northern Ireland, but a lot of what he talks about is staff heavy, and that would require compulsory redundancies, and that might actually cost more money in order to do that in the short term. But we're not just talking, and I hope the member listened to what it was that I have said. This isn't just an issue of affordability, although it was an important one. This is also an issue of deliverability. How do we ensure that the payments could get to those that need it when we didn't have access to the current IT system, and when a new IT system would take 18 to 36 months to develop, unless the member is suggesting that I find 150,000 man-hours in the civil service in order to manually process all of these benefits. So if we were trying to pretend that this is simple and straightforward, that's just simply wrong.
Alan Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, what engagement have you had with community and voluntary organisations and other interested stakeholders to support the Department in tackling fuel poverty? And do you feel that you could utilise their experience and knowledge through a vehicle such as a fuel poverty task force to help tackle fuel poverty?
Well, the member raises an important issue there. There certainly has been engagement in terms of the fuel poverty issue and what comes next. And I think that engagement is important, and I think that listening to people is important as well. Unfortunately, that's not what this government have done, or if they have done it, they certainly haven't shared any of that with us. And something that is concerning to me is the fact that even when we are about to have a vote in the House of Commons this evening and the House of Lords tomorrow, the government have still not released their impact assessment. So we don't actually know what it is that the government believes the impact will be on people right across the UK. And perhaps if they had done what the member have suggested and actually listened to those organisations, we might be in a better place.
There's a lot of hand-wringing this morning, but you and your executive colleagues are complicit in this decision. You made this decision to cut winter fuel payments. There was no gun to your head. You could have said no, but you buckled shamefully. What assessment has you and your department made about access deaths this winter that will definitely come as a result of this brutal decision?
It just shows that Mr. Carroll doesn't listen to anything that is being said. So there are two issues that I have set out. Two issues that I have set out: affordability and deliverability. If the member would like to come forward with his suggestions about how he would have found in year that money, I'd be more than happy to hear that. And if he wants to give me his ideas about how he would be able to deliver the benefits without an existing IT system and without the ability to procure a new IT system in time, how does he expect to do it? I would love to hear, because he's pontificating. He's pontificating as normal. He's pontificating as normal, but he's got no answers. He likes to stand and shout from the sidelines, but he's got absolutely no solutions, and he has got nothing to offer. My concern is for those who find themselves in the position where they are not going to be able to heat their homes this winter. That is why we're doing everything that we can to make sure that those who are entitled to support get that support, and to put the pressure on the government. He has given us no answers to the queries that I have raised, because there are no answers, because there is no simple way, or there's no straightforward way, there's no way possible for us to be able to do that. And again, he is just showing his political immaturity.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement this morning. I would want to join with my colleagues in confirming my opposition to this policy change. Can the Minister advise if he would consider releasing any resources or additional support to the independent advice sector, who are already standing in the gap, providing a lot of assistance to people experiencing severe financial hardship at this time, and they are likely to see a huge uptake in their services over the months ahead?
Sure.
Members right to highlight that. I think that we will get additional people that are coming forward looking for help, not just in to government support, but also to some of those independent advice services as well. He'll be aware of the budgetary constraints within my department, but of course we will look at all of the bids that come in and the support that may be requested on the basis of need. But again, I would just encourage people to make sure that they are taking up that support and that advice where it is offered.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, it's sad to see that your department, your executive colleagues, have raised the white flag of surrender on winter fuel payments. It's also ludicrous that some of your colleagues are pointing the finger at the opposition. Can you confirm that you did in fact receive a letter from the opposition on this important issue? And can you let us know, has your department any idea how many pensioners are entitled to pension credit and who are not actually receiving pension credit?
Well, first of all, I can confirm I have received no letter from the Leader of the Opposition on this issue. Secondly, he raises the issue of the number of people that are on pension credit. I don't have the updated figures from that, but the most recent estimate is from 2022, and it was estimated that 26,300 people are entitled to pension credit, but we're not getting it. Let me just go back to the first comment, because I think it's worth repeating. The issues that we were facing were around the affordability and deliverability of maintaining the benefit as we currently have it. I have set out the issues around affordability and the issue of deliverability around the IT system. Now, the member has not come back in his question with ideas or a solution as to how he would deliver that. Instead, he comes off with a pithy response about raising of the white flag. If anyone really believes that if Justin McNulty was in the executive that there would be a different outcome to this, I think they're living in cloud cuckoo land.
Morris Bradley.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement today. I think everybody in the House shares his concerns. However, does the Minister share my concerns that this short-term cut by a Labour government who did not have it in their manifesto and again told lies to the public? What would the impact be for local services here in Northern Ireland, the longer-term outcome of these cuts?
The member is absolutely right. There was no indication whatsoever that this was coming from the UK government. At no stage did they say that this was something that they had intended to do. And if they'd been upfront and honest with the public, I think there'd be a little bit less anger right now, and perhaps people would have more time to prepare for the consequences of it. But yes, I do share his concerns that the government seem to be trying to make some short-term savings for the Treasury. But what will actually happen is that there'll be a greater impact on public services in Northern Ireland, and we will have to bear the cost of that, because there may well be more visits to GPs, more hospitalisations, more people needing care, more people dealing with other illnesses. So this doesn't make economic sense either, and it's not good for the health of people, and that is again why I would urge the government to reconsider. They have not shared their assessment with us. But Labour did their own assessment in 2017, and they said that it could cause 4,000 excess deaths. Perhaps they should keep that in mind.
Before I call the next speaker, if there's anybody that I have missed, please stand, because there's a lot of people stood at the early point. But Colin McGrath.
Here doubts that this is a terrible decision and will be devastating on pensioners here, and it won't be supported by us here or in Westminster. Does the Minister agree with me that the UK finances are in a mess as a result of 14 years of Tory government budgets, often shoved through Westminster with the votes of his party to be able to get through? And if you're looking for a solution, would you consider amending the discretionary support that is available to people to enable them to avail of it if they find themselves trapped as a result of this decision?
Well, here we have again from the opposition no answer to the question that I had originally asked, which is how are we going to deal with the affordability issue and how are we going to deal with the deliverability issue? We have nothing at all from them. Let's just talk a little bit. Let's just talk a little bit then about some of the things that we have been able to do at Westminster. Of course, the triple lock was secured because of the intervention of my party. Now, I wish that it was. I wish that it was the case, Mr. Speaker, that they would retain this payment as well. But thankfully, there will be additional support coming to pensioners right across the United Kingdom because of the decisions that we took at Westminster. Unfortunately, for the people that he sits with, they're the ones that are actually cutting the winter fuel payment.
That concludes. Thank you, members. Order, please. Just take your seat a moment. Thank you, members, for your participation and cooperation. We got every speaker in less than half an hour, and that was exceptional. So I just want to put in record my thanks to members for their cooperation and keeping their questions concise. Mr. O'Toole, a point of order.
Endeavour to myself, but the particular point I want to make as a point of order is just to clarify. We've got a little bit of political badinage in the chamber, a little bit of back and forth about our role. Obviously, we've never propped up an austerity government, unlike the DUP, and of course the Alliance Party, sister party, the Lib Dems, were the party that brought austerity in the first place. But can I just make
O'Toole, I'm struggling to find a point of order here. So if you come to it, a
misstatement was made about the opposition. The minister was asked had he received a letter from the opposition. He said no, he has received a letter from the opposition. I don't write every letter. I do not write every letter on behalf of the opposition, and nor do I. Does he write every single letter on behalf of the DUP? I doubt it. He has received a letter from the opposition about this policy and has not responded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's not a point of order, but the point has been made. Members will take their ease and we'll change the table for the next item of business.
Okay, members, the Speaker's received notice from the Communities Committee saying that hold on, I'm on the wrong one. So the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Communities. So Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 13th of December 2024 in relation to the committee stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill.
Committee to move a motion.
Gormagat.
So the Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. So I call the Chairperson, Mr. Colm Gilder, to open the debate on the motion.
I rise to request members' support to extend the committee stage of the Child Support Enforcement Bill to the 13th of December 2024. I recognise that this is a short bill, but nevertheless it demands the same level of scrutiny as any other bill due to the changes it will bring about in the operation of the child maintenance scheme. By way of reminder, members, given the summer recess, this bill is aimed at improving the effectiveness of child support services here in the North. It focuses on three key areas. One, strengthening enforcement powers. The bill enhances the enforcement measures available to ensure that non-residential parents meet their child support obligations. This includes powers for the Child Maintenance Service to take stronger actions to collect overdue payments. Two, improving services. It aims to make the process of managing and collecting child support more efficient and user-friendly. This involves streamlining procedures and potentially introducing new mechanisms for dealing with non-compliance. And thirdly, support for families. The bill includes provision to better support families in managing child support arrangements. ensuring that the system is fair and responsive to the needs of both parents and children. Overall, the bill seeks to ensure that child support is more reliably collected and that families receive the financial support they are entitled to. At the second stage debate, I highlighted that this bill will align child support enforcement mechanisms here with those already established in England, Scotland and Wales under the Child Support Enforcement Act 2023, and that the committee had been informed by officials that the alignment would ensure parity and improve the efficiency of the child maintenance service in securing maintenance for qualifying children. The committee welcomes the intent behind these proposed changes, and our call for evidence is now live on Citizen Space until 4th of October. We have identified a number of stakeholders that we will wish to take evidence from, and we have also written directly to organisations that might be affected by this legislation. We would very much encourage people to engage with us as we go through committee stage into the autumn term. So, Priolash Kiancorlia, I would ask the House to agree this extension to provide the committee with additional time to scrutinise this bill so that we can do our best to ensure that it is as thorough and as considered as possible.
So there's no other speakers to this committee motion. So the question is that the motion stand on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So we're coming up to the next item of business. Just members, just give the Minister a few minutes to get into her seat. Okay, so the next item of business is a motion on budgetary pressures. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses its grave concern at the significant budgetary pressures facing the Executive, recognises the severe impact of these pressures on the delivery of and investment in public services, including policing and justice, health and social care, education, housing, infrastructure and our environment. Notes that these pressures have arisen as a result of a failed policy of austerity at Westminster, financial mismanagement by the previous UK Government, and underfunding of Northern Ireland below its level of relative need. Agrees that while the interim fiscal framework agreed with the UK Government was an important first step, the proposed 124% relative need factor does not adequately reflect policing and justice need in Northern Ireland and a disproportionate squeeze on the justice budget. Believes that a baseline fiscal floor set at a level greater than 124% should be delivered without further delay. Calls on the Minister of Finance to publish the Executive Sustainability Plan, including steps to tackle the cost of division in society, which leaves the Executive with hundreds of millions of pounds less to invest in public services each year, and further calls on the UK Government to depart from its austerity policy by reviewing the fiscal rules and pursuing a progressive taxation system.
Thank you. I call on Owen Tennyson to move the motion. Thank you, Owen. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Owen, please move the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Alliance has consistently warned that this Executive has inherited the worst set of financial circumstances in the history of devolution. Prolonged Westminster austerity, the economic damage of Brexit, a global pandemic, war in Ukraine and the cost of living crisis have each taken enormous tolls on the economy, our public finances and the people we are all here to represent. That squeeze has been felt across the devolved administrations. Just last week, the Scottish Government announced emergency saving measures amounting to £500 million in order to balance its budget mid-year. Here in Northern Ireland, that pain has been compounded even further by a funding formula which has not kept pace with need and a cycle of stop-start government at the behest of the 2 largest parties, which has done untold damage to our public services. The starting point for this debate, Principal Deputy Speaker, has to be honesty about the enormity of the challenge we face. some of the worst hospital waiting lists anywhere in Western Europe, an under-resourced and overstretched police service, creaking wastewater infrastructure polluting our rivers and Lough Neagh, young people locked out of housing, and too many parents forced out of work by crippling childcare costs. But we cannot simply stop there. Alliance does not come to this chamber to simply bemoan the problem or decry the challenges we face, but to offer solutions and a credible path forward. Yesterday, the Executive set out a programme for government with plans to tackle these issues and many others and to deliver positive change for everyone in our community. Our ability to deliver on those ambitions will be contingent on a reset of fiscal policy at Westminster, a reformulation of our funding model here in Northern Ireland, but also serious efforts to deliver financial sustainability and reform locally, and I will address each of those issues in turn. It is no secret that the UK Government holds the bulk of the fiscal levers and so has the greatest influence on the budget ultimately available to the Executive. When the new government took office, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves rightly diagnosed the problem: a £22 billion black hole in our finances as a result of reckless and unfunded commitments made by the Conservatives. We are told that this government will not repeat the mistakes of the last. And yet in June, the Institute for Fiscal Studies pointed out that Labour's plans mean public services are likely to be seriously squeezed, facing real terms cuts. And the Resolution Foundation has warned that based on our current spending projections, government will need to make £19 billion of annual cuts by 2028-29. However you cut it, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an extension of the very same austerity which has decimated public services and communities under the Tories. In 2010, David Cameron told us, "We're all in it together." Since then, the super wealthy have amassed but greater affluence and wealth. Big oil companies have obtained record profits. Meanwhile, working people in my constituency have been hit hard by a stagnation of living standards, the dismantling of the social security system, and spiralling costs. So much so that the wealthiest 1% in society now possess more wealth than the poorest 70%. To be frank, austerity is a political choice, and a choice that my constituents can no longer bear. There is an alternative. The UK Government can and should take steps towards a more progressive, fair and redistributive system of taxation to end the indignity whereby some of the wealthiest in our society pay a lower overall rate of tax than working people who are struggling to make ends meet. They could, for example, explore a wealth tax or seek to simplify and align capital gains tax more closely with income, as recommended by the Office of Tax Simplification. So too could government seek to further extend and expand the windfall tax so that energy companies who profit from pollution and rising costs on our constituents pay their fair share. Fiscal discipline is absolutely essential. There is no question about that. But self-imposing the fiscal rules of one of the most undisciplined governments is no way to achieve it. Reform of the fiscal rules to adopt a more long-term approach to investment, to recognise the indirect costs of environmental inaction, is a realistic and credible option to generate additional headroom and unlock additional investment in public services. For so many reasons, it costs more to deliver public services in Northern Ireland than elsewhere in the UK. Relatively, we have a larger public sector, greater sparsity of population, and a greater number of dependents, to name a few. But for many years, the argument that Northern Ireland was underfunded was dismissed. Well, no longer. The concession of the previous government that we are the only part of the UK which was funded below relative need is significant progress. However, the needs factor which has subsequently been introduced is not a fiscal floor, but a fiscal ceiling, and does not adequately address that shortfall. Nor does the Alliance Party believe the 124% proffered actually captures our relative need. Yesterday we had a debate about the under-resourcing of policing and justice, which is at the centre too of this debate about our funding formula. We know that policing a divided society is enormously complicated and costly. However, the time period over which average in policing and justice spend was assessed relative to England dramatically underestimates objective need, focusing on a period during which the budget was squeezed for political reasons and when spending was obscured by COVID-19. It is our view that the period during which policing and justice ought to be assessed is the ring-fence period between 2010 and 2015, which actually offers a more reliable reflection of the UK Government's revealed funding preference. That would lift overall relative need to at least 127%, and by incorporating taxable capacity and benefit rate sensitivity, there are strong arguments that it should be even higher. In making the case to the UK Government, however, we cannot shirk our own responsibilities. That's why in today's motion we're also calling on the Finance Minister to publish the promised sustainability plan, setting out the case not only for a revised fiscal framework, but for transformation here at home. Because failure to adequately grasp the nettle on transformation has in part walked us to this position. 8 long years after the Bengal review of our health service was published, we now finally need to see a proper action plan for transformation and reconfiguration of our services. It is also difficult to make the case to Treasury about our dire financial position. When some departments can barely meet the cost of essentials, others are making discretionary spending decisions, such as the decision of the Education Minister to spend £250,000 on magnetic wallets, when last time I checked, phones could be switched off and stored for free. How many police officers could that expenditure have funded? How many nurses? So too must we finally confront the elephant in the room, that is, the cost of delivering services in a divided society. Estimates place that cost anywhere between £400 million and £800 million every year, and the refusal of some ministers to even acknowledge the existence of that cost is not tenable and must change. We will therefore not support the DUP amendment to today's motion, which removes the very words cost of division. It will be no surprise to anyone in this chamber to hear me say again, you cannot achieve sustainable finances without sustainable political institutions. Reform of this place to remove the ability of any single party to block government, or more importantly, to block progress within government, is essential if we are to make the change needed to our public services and stabilise our finances. There is no doubt that the challenges are enormous. They are not, however, insurmountable. With a new executive in place and a new government at Westminster, there is a renewed opportunity for change. And for our part, Alliance will not shirk our responsibilities in leading that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I'm assuming it's Steve or Robbie to move the amendment on first amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This one will not take long. Not moved.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Amendment number 1 is not moved. So I call Diane Forsyth to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, Diane. So you will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And we are all well versed in the budgetary pressures in Northern Ireland currently, and I welcome members bringing this motion to keep our finances front and centre of discussions in this Assembly, as the finances available define the parameters of what we and what the Executive are able to do. The huge pressures facing departmental budgets and the delivery of public services in Northern Ireland have been building for years, largely because of the Barnett formula causing spending to grow at a slower rate than in other parts of the United Kingdom. With a mounting list of inescapable pressures and projected departmental overspends of hundreds of millions of pounds, this Assembly must speak with one voice and make the strongest possible case for change from the UK Government. In light of this, the DUP successfully led the campaign for a new needs-based funding model for Northern Ireland. The last government has been forced to accept a new definition of need, which will apply to future Barnett consequentials received by the Executive. And whilst this is a step in the right direction, it does not address the impact that historic underfunding on the size of our block grant. Had Northern Ireland been funded in keeping with the new 124 relative need factor since April 2022, core budgets in our province would be worth at least £500 million more every year. The failure of the previous government to ensure that this was the case has left the Executive's finances in an even more precarious position. While the other parties welcomed the financial package presented by the government on the return of devolution earlier this year for these reasons, the DUP made it clear that what was offered fell well short of what was required to put our public finances on a stable footing. The failure to baseline the effect of the new formula from the point at which spending in Northern Ireland dropped below need in 2022 will lead to a further cliff edge in just 2 years' time. At that point, funding levels will again drop below what is required to fairly and sustainably fund services on a comparable basis to those in England, and potentially stay there for decades. The Alliance Party motion calls for a baselined relative need factor above 124 to take account of our policing and justice requirements. However, it is not entirely clear whether they are advocating that this be applied retrospectively from April 2022 or purely on a prospective basis. This is why we have sought to amend the motion. It is important that as an Assembly we are clear and ambitious in pursuing long-term fiscal framework that is fair and provides the quantum to deliver effective and to transform frontline services. The Northern Ireland Fiscal Council made it clear in its updated assessment of relative need in March 2024 that adopting a slightly higher or lower estimate of relative need than 124 will not have much near-time impact on the Executive's spending power if it is not baselined from the point when Northern Ireland dropped below need. Our amendment also seeks to amend the reference to the cost of division within the motion. The Executive's interim fiscal framework makes no reference to this in the context of the Executive's requirement to publish a sustainability plan. We want to see government departments tackle waste and duplication wherever it is found, but are also aware of the fact that language is important and that streamlining the delivery of services must not be viewed as an attack on the various national and cultural identities within our society. Notably, the Independent Review of Education and previous studies in Scotland have highlighted that the existence of separate school sectors, for example, does not necessarily lead to additional costs, and where savings could be made, they should not be exaggerated. Indeed, the key finding standing out from the independent review is that even if all the savings identified were realised, a significant funding gap would remain. The stabilisation package offered by government, whilst welcome, does not provide a long-term solution to the problems we have outlined, nor will it provide the impetus or space to take forward the public services transformation agenda in a meaningful way. It also comes with...
Well, I've just double-checked our wording, sorry, Deputy Speaker. I just checked the wording of our motion, and it was around including steps to tackle the cost of division. Are you implying that there aren't any costs of division, and that if there were those that can be identified, that we shouldn't be tackling them? Is that what you're saying? Thank you.
Thank the member, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying, by quoting the Independent Review of Education in Scotland, that they should not be exaggerated, and of course we're willing to take on any steps to identify waste, and we don't want to see that within our finances. There's no room for waste. We need efficiencies to be able to deliver our services here. So go back to the £114 million additional revenues that we have been asked to find here. We are clear that it's wrong for government to simply ask hard-pressed householders to pay more when they have no realistic expectation of seeing better outcomes. Ratepayers in Northern Ireland should not be expected to plug holes in our public services when those holes have been largely created by the Treasury's failure to provide reasonable funding in the first place. Until a fairer long-term settlement is agreed with Treasury, that will continue to be the DUP's position. I commend the amendment to the House.
Thank you, Diane. And given that amendment number 1 wasn't moved, the answer debate will be from 2 hours to 1 hour and 45 minutes. So I call Pat Sheehan.
And as my party spokesperson on education, it's with that particular focus I want to address this debate. There are not enough resources available within the education system to deliver the level of service that we would want and expect for our children and young people, and for those we charge with educating and nurturing them. I was very highly critical of the actions taken in the absence of an education minister, where funding for vital programmes was slashed. For example, cutting the holiday hunger grant. ending the Happy Healthy Minds programme, which was designed to provide support with emotional difficulties, and stopping the provision of free digital learning devices for most disadvantaged and so on. In a system which isn't resourced properly, it baffles me that officials would not seek to protect and prioritise the most disadvantaged. When I challenged people from the department on those cuts, they tried to tell me how difficult it was for them to actually implement those cuts. Well, imagine how difficult it was for those children and their families who had vital supports taken away. Now we have ministers in place, a draft programme for government out for consultation, and a set of priorities that we can pursue. And while a new Prime Minister has taken up residence in 10 Downing Street, it has become quite clear that the step change in terms of properly funding our public services here has not materialised. Politics and leadership is about decisions and choices. What does it say about a new administration in London that one of their first major actions is to leave pensioners out in the cold this winter? For example, it's a choice to make pensioners sit in the cold this winter, cutting their fuel payments, while billions of pounds will continue to be spent on military hardware. I would much rather see this new government invest in our public services so we can transform our education system, so we can reverse the decline in our school estate, so that we can support our children and young people with special educational needs, and so we can ensure our pupils can reach their full potential. Those are the choices that this new British government should be concerning themselves with. I'm a realist though, and I accept that getting a fair funding settlement for this place isn't going to happen overnight. In my role as my party's education spokesperson, I've taken the opportunity to challenge the Education Minister on his own responsibility to identify and set out the priorities of his department. In a system with limited resources, we must make the most out of every penny. Targeting investment based on objective need is vital, particularly when it comes to supporting our most vulnerable children and young people. I want to see the Minister set out a comprehensive plan to tackle educational underachievement, deliver affordable, accessible childcare, and transform special educational needs provision. The key is early intervention, and all the evidence tells us that investment at the earlier stage of a child's journey is far more impactful, and this is why prioritisation is so important. Many of the issues we want to see action on are cross-cutting, and one criticism of the Assembly over the years has been that departments often act in silos and don't talk to each other. And I think it's important to make the point that where shared objectives exist, then departments should work together, share funding and other resources to achieve them. It makes financial sense, it's a good approach to policy, and at the end of the day, that's what people want to see, their political representatives working together in the interests of all.
Thank you, Pat. And can I call Steve Aiken, please?
Deputy Principal Speaker, and the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting both these motions as they come through, the motion and indeed the amendment. I think the question for many of us is this, where we look at it is where we sit with this idea of relative need. And I think any of us who were in the Finance Committee who listened to the Fiscal Council when they came to give the report to our committee, when they were talking about where we actually sat, indeed one of the questions we do have to ask ourselves is, are we at 124 already? Or indeed, has already been suggested by some people in the Fiscal Council, we might actually be above that figure and might be 125, 126 or 127. I think for all members of this Assembly it's important, particularly when the Finance Minister and the First and Deputy First Ministers goes to meet Rachel Reeves this week, is to make our case very clear. There is no doubt, and I think any of us who understand, who have ever dealt with the Treasury beforehand, there will be many questions asked about where we are going with revenue raising and the fact that with the resources that we have, what we're doing to help grow them and develop them. Those are going to be very difficult questions that we're going to have to face, because our budget is not adequate for all the things we need to do. And I noticed my friend across the side talked about prioritisation. I, like many other people in this room, have actually sat round the various tables, and particularly at Hillsborough Castle just before Christmas, where we all sat down and said, health is the #1 priority. Health is expensive. All public services are expensive. And it's how we deliver and support that has to be the key. And there are going to be very difficult choices about prioritisation, and we do have to make those difficult choices. From health perspective, the rest of our nation, that's in England, Scotland and Wales, they're pushing ahead at above inflation settlements in health. The indications that we're getting from Treasury, and you have to take what Treasury says sometimes with a large and particularly notable pinch of salt, but there is no doubt that there is an importance of the raising of resources that are going to be needed for health. When they come back to Northern Ireland as part of as part of our settlement, when it comes through from what we're looking to do, we need to make sure that the appropriate levels are given to the departments that need them most. Every department needs a lot, but there has to be a large degree of prioritisation and realism placed in this, particularly if we're going to have to make strong arguments about delaying raising revenue, because I sense that when the Finance Minister, who I've got a lot of faith in and in her ability, but she is going to have some really difficult conversations with her executive partners back here, and indeed with this House, about where we're approaching and where we're likely to go to. Those are the really critical issues we have to. Many people accuse this House of not looking at the realism. We all know what the problems are. Actually, we all know where the pressures are. We're going to have to come up with some really strong answers about how we're going to be able to deal with these situations and pay for these issues as they go forward. Minister, I wish you all the best on Thursday. I think from everybody in this House who wants to see Northern Ireland work, we want you to do your best to get the right results that we can out of that. But it is going to be a difficult autumn. It's going to be a difficult autumn for budgetary reasons. It's going to be a difficult autumn to try and ensure that the programme for government actually matches the resources and deliverables to do that. We have a difficult task ahead of us, all of us, and that is why our party welcomes both the motion and the amendment, and will be supporting both. Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. It's good to be back in the Chamber, and it's good to be debating fiscal and financial and budgetary matters, and I look forward to doing more of that with my colleagues on the Finance Committee, several of whom have already spoken today, and indeed the Finance Minister. We will be supporting the motion today. We won't be supporting the amendment, I'm afraid, because we do think it's important that there is a specific and explicit reference in the motion to looking at the costs of division. But I would say, with some regret, that the costs of division, as far as I'm aware, weren't mentioned in the programme for government. So I think there is a point for us to reflect, particularly those of us in executive parties, that when we come to the Assembly chamber and put down motion after motion in order to be declarative, we will be asked, they will be asked, and they will be challenged on why those motions aren't matched up with what's in executive policy statements, what's in the programme for government and other statements. Whenever the executive returned and was restored in February of this year, the SDLP was clear that we would be supportive and cooperative and constructive with the executive and executive parties when they sought to maximise the financial settlement for Northern Ireland and to make clear arguments on the basis of increased funding and a better calculation of need in relation to the British government. We've stuck by that, we still stick by that, and that remains our position. It is clear that the calculation used, the Barnett calculation and the top-up used to calculate our funding did clearly fall below need. Now that was compounded by, and in a sense made worse by, the overarching question which the motion today reflects upon, which is the policy of austerity. Now, there are different technical economic definitions of what austerity means, but generally speaking, what austerity means is that public spending, the priority with public spending is fiscal restraint, constraining spending, and sometimes, though certainly for the previous British government, it was usually dominated by spending restraint over tax raises. Sometimes it also includes tax increases too. Today's motion says that we have borne the brunt of austerity. No one could argue with that, and it is true to say, despite some of the asinine comments in the previous debate, that I have and my party has noted and been disappointed by the failure to set a proper trajectory for moving beyond austerity in UK politics and in the UK and in terms of the UK public spending. I think that is disappointing. I would, however, note that it's also important that in a devolved context, those of us here, particularly those of us who hold power in the executive, do all that is within our power to maximise public services, to improve public services, and to deliver for the public who elect us here within the constraints that exist, while also acknowledging and pushing against those constraints and fighting for more funding. What I saw yesterday from a programme for government was not, I'm afraid, a clear set of targets for the public in Northern Ireland. I look forward to a multi-year budget, and I hope that multi-year budget is aligned to the rather vague and gauzy targets that are in yesterday's programme for government. I'm afraid I don't agree with the person who moved the initial motion. The programme for government represents some grand step forward in terms of delivering for the people of Northern Ireland. I think it is largely a set of hazy, unspecific targets and aspirations rather than specific outcomes or promised outcomes with interventions and plans to deliver them. I also note, unfortunately, though it was mentioned in the mover speech, that the motion doesn't actually talk about political instability. It doesn't talk about dysfunction, and it doesn't talk about some of the other decisions that haven't been made here in Northern Ireland, because we do have agency. I acknowledge that successive Tory, first of all, the Tory Lib Dem coalition, obviously, and then a reckless Tory government and now subsequently a new government have not given this place enough funding, as much as we would like and as much as we need. But we are here. We have all sought election and come to this chamber to be in a devolved government, and people have taken ministerial office for the purpose of making lives better. So it is disappointing that the motion doesn't talk about the agency and the actions that can be taken here, because people don't elect us simply to deflect responsibility. Yes, by all means, we need to be clear about the fact that the British government has not funded this place properly, and be clear and united in calling for a better funding settlement. And the opposition will, yes, be there with executive parties in doing that. But we also need to see our clear plans. So I would like to hear from the Minister when we're going to see a budget sustainability plan. I'd like to hear from the Minister when we're going to have a multi-year budget. I assume it will be whenever there's one from the UK government, but I would like to hear about those plans being in place. I'd also like to hear about the ambition for this place, the ambition for rescuing public services, growing our economy, with specific targets, not the hazy, gauzy aspirations we got yesterday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I call Liz Kimmins.
Concord, and I too welcome this motion. I think it is crucial that we do keep this very important issue front and centre, and it has been reiterated numerous times during this mandate that the Assembly remains united in the view that we are and continue to be underfunded by the British Government in terms of the level of need across the North, but in particular the current level of funding for health and social care services is unsustainable given the current demand and the projected need in terms of service capacity for now and for the future. As others have highlighted, the waiting lists here are among the worst in Western Europe, with thousands of patients awaiting procedures while waiting in pain and distress that ensures that their conditions continue to deteriorate. By the time they're seen, they're actually much worse than at the beginning. Our emergency departments are overcrowded, and many patients wait unreasonably long periods of time before being assessed and treated in our hospitals. Our hospitals are under constant strain, and overstretched bed capacity now the norm within wards, with unstaffed beds or beds beyond the capacity of the ward now commonplace. And this is not only failing patients, but failing staff who are working in the most unsafe conditions under extreme pressure. Many patients are also unable to be discharged when they're medically fit to leave hospital due to the lack of domiciliary care packages, and this is something that urgently needs to be addressed to keep our health service functioning properly. With an ageing population, community care is a vital component of our health and social care system to ensure patients are discharged when they should be, with the appropriate support to allow them to return to their own homes. And it is well evidenced that when people remain in hospital for prolonged periods of time, they are more likely to experience further deterioration in their health through mobility problems, infections and other conditions which could be avoided if they had been discharged at the right time. And this in turn is putting increased pressure on our overall health service as patients' medical and care needs increase. Caring is an extremely important profession, and that cannot be understated. So we also need to see proper investment in social care to ensure care workers are properly valued for the essential role they play in the function of our health service and ensuring people can not only live longer but can live well longer. Across our health service, healthcare workers are struggling to cope with the demands being placed on them in clinical settings, with many reporting high levels of burnout within their professions. And this is resulting in us losing doctors, nurses, consultants and many other essential staff to other jurisdictions and countries where pay and, most importantly, conditions are much more attractive, and they can do the job that they're trained to do, that they love, in a much safer environment. We have seen the impact of this particularly on children's social work teams across the north, some of which have been left with no staff or operating with minimum staff due to staff leaving or staff going off on sick due to the stress and pressure they're under. And this is not only having a detrimental effect on staff, but also on children, young people and their families, which will have untold damage for generations to come and their long-term future. So it's therefore essential that plans are developed to address the serious recruitment and retention issues facing our health and social care workforce, as without people we have no health service. Our health service is undoubtedly beyond crisis point and is probably the single biggest issue that I and many others in this chamber will be contacted about in relation to the experience and views of staff, patients and trade unions every single day, and something that affects us all, our own family and friends too. So it's crystal clear that we need to see proper transformation and investment in health and social care if we want to deliver properly for patients and staff. And it's therefore imperative that the British Government provides the appropriate funding to match the level of need, not just for the here and now, but to protect our health service's long-term future. So we must continue to stand together to keep the best interests of our people front and centre, to keep their health front and centre, and to challenge this new Labour Government to step up to the plate and provide the funding that we need now.
Thank you, Liz. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Alliance has long highlighted the need for a fairer funding settlement for Northern Ireland, and we've been clear that a fiscal floor is needed to be set at a level higher than 124% if we're going to address the level of need, particularly in justice and policing, as we debated here yesterday, and to address the years of underfunding of the justice budget. And this motion sets out clearly what its call is on the UK Government in this regard, and I hope that it will receive support today. But this morning I want to reflect on the wider issues around the need for transformation in our public services and for the need for that executive sustainability plan. And I want to look particularly at those issues in our education system. The financial pressures in the education system are well rehearsed, and I don't intend to go through them all in detail here today. But suffice to say, we spend £450 less per pupil per annum than in England, and I have no doubt we all agree that is unsustainable and that more investment is required. But the system that we invest that money into matters. Our education system in Northern Ireland is divided, it is complex, and it is desperately in need of a programme of transformation. Any executive sustainability plan must commit to tackling the cost of division, and it is vital that that wording remains in the motion, particularly when we look at education in Northern Ireland. And it must deliver genuine transformation in our education system. Research that was carried out by the Ulster University into the cost of division in education in Northern Ireland had suggested it could run to the tune of £226 million per year. Now, the Education Department came out very quickly to reject those figures, but I am unaware of any work that has then been done subsequently by the Department to assess the cost of division by the Department itself. And in I'll give way.
There's a genuine point of interest, because I agree with him on on some of the cost of division points, and that's why we've been very loud about taking money away from integrated schools. How do we marry up? Genuinely interested. If we're spending less per head than on pupils than in GB, but we're also spending essentially too much on education because we have too many school buildings, we have villages with 2 schools where really one should be there. How do those two things marry up? Is it that we're spending too much on maintenance? How do those two things agree with one another?
The members an extra minute.
Thank you. And look, I appreciate it. It is a bit of a conundrum, I think, how we end up in this situation in our education system. I do think there is a need for more investment in the system, but the question is how we invest it. And I think we spend too much money maintaining the divisions in the system, whether that be in a passive sense by not doing anything to tackle it, or at times we actively do so. But I appreciate the members' comments that we are in a conundrum with this, and ministerial questions often don't really draw out any clarity on that point, unfortunately. So I would emphasise that also this current Education Minister has categorically stated in response to questions in relation to the cost of division that he has no intention to carry out any departmental audit of the cost of division to his department. So there is simply no commitment to tackle the issue currently that I can see, and this must change. Delivering on the clear public demand for integrated education is just one way the department could do this. Legal obligations now exist in this space, and we need to see real progress on this front as part of any programme of transformation. The independent review of education was very clear that our current configuration of schools reflects a divided system and creates inefficiencies. Modelling that was undertaken as part of that review was clear that the network of schools could be reduced and that could generate a cost saving, it was estimated, of around 94 million per year. Now, this would require some capital investment. It is important to understand that, but we must begin to think more ambitiously around a programme that is focused on investing to save. One area where transformation work has been committed to, and it was committed to in the programme for government, was around special educational needs, and this is welcome. But the Education Minister must continue to prioritise a clear transformation action plan for SEN. And I must be very, very clear that this must be time-bound. It must have measurable outcomes by which we can measure success. Our SEN services must deliver early identification of need and early intervention to meet it. Investment in a broken system of SEN services will not deliver for our children, and a meaningful transformation action plan must be delivered without delay. And finally, if we are discussing responsible and sustainable spending in education, I must highlight the issue of Stroll. Contractors have now been appointed to deliver this £375 million project. However, the Education Minister has responded to a written question I recently submitted with confirmation that the business case for Stroll was unable to demonstrate value for money. I can think of no other educational capital project where this would be accepted. The investment in their buildings is of course welcome for those schools, but this is not a sustainable way to spend the Executive's money. So a better and fairer financial settlement is needed for Northern Ireland, as is real investment in public services in GB, which would lead to that flow of resource here. But more than this, an executive sustainability plan is absolutely vital if we will be responsible custodians of the resources we have, and nowhere is this needed more than in education. A system that is full of committed and passionate educators and pupils who deserve the very best system, where resources are used effectively, not held back by a system that is divided and in desperate need of reform.
Thank you, Nick. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the motion today, following on from contributions of my party colleagues from Aberban and Strangford. In particular, I want to discuss the pressures facing our health service as one of the Alliance spokespersons for health. There's no question that the Northern Ireland has been underfunded by successive UK governments, and the 14-year term of the previous Conservative government has had a particularly devastating impact on public services across the UK. Unfortunately, we will continue to be affected by the long-term impacts of austerity, Brexit and the disastrous mini-budget of 2022. We welcome the interim fiscal framework agreed with the UK Government as an important first step, but the 124% relative need factor is not sufficient for our needs, especially in the Department of Justice, as outlined by my party colleagues and independent analysis. Our health service is in crisis, as was addressed by the Chair of the Health Committee earlier, and the funding has a role in that respect. However, we must be honest and acknowledge that additional funding to health will not solve the many challenges we face. Per capita health spending in Northern Ireland has been significantly higher than the rest of the UK and has increased at a higher rate than the rest of the UK. Yet we have by far the longest waiting lists in Western Europe, as was alluded to earlier, and the worst outcomes. We need to discuss why that is. The problem is not exclusively a lack of funding. If anything, the fundamental problem is a lack of reform and transformation. As the Bangor report stated in 2016, the options we face are to see services deteriorate to the point of collapse, or to embrace transformation and create a modern, sustainable service that is properly equipped to help everyone who needs care. But while parties signed up to Bingo in principle, this has not always been reflected by action. It has been nearly 8 years since Bingo was published, and yet we have seen almost none of the transformation required, in part because of the resistance to change in the delivery of services, which may be controversial in the short term, but will deliver better outcomes in the long term. We still have certain parties opposing changes that contradict the principles required for transformation, which is disappointing, and we cannot resolve the challenges facing our health service until this is addressed. We know that Professor Bengal will be returning to Northern Ireland later this autumn, and I can't help but wonder what he will make of this situation 8 years on. We also need to acknowledge that we cannot exclusively fund health to the detriment of other departments. Health takes up around half the block grant, £7.6 billion in this year's budget, which the then Health Minister said was still not enough. Notably, this has increased from £4.6 billion in 2015 to 16 when the Bangor report was written. If we were to adopt the additional funding requested by the Health Minister, this would result in substantial cuts to the budgets of other departments. As we had heard in the debate yesterday, the Health Minister's party had been critical of what they perceived to be the absence of progress from the Justice Minister in respect to police funding and police officer numbers. Yet they have not acknowledged the impact the repeated underfunding of the Department of Justice relative to other departments. This is yet another reason why we need to address broader underfunctioning of the Executive. One issue we cannot ignore in this debate is the need for political reform. Another reason for the crisis in our health service, as well as in other departments, is the complete absence of political leadership for the last 2 years and 3 of the last 5 years of the last mandate. The Bangor report is 8 years old, and in that time we've had 5 years of no government. Both of the two main parties, Sinn Féin and the DUP, have walked away from the Executive and the Assembly, leaving the rest of us locked out from delivering any change. Until we reform these institutions so that no one party can collapse them and prevent them from functioning again, we will not be able to deliver the long-term reforms that are needed for health. For example, we cannot plan for the future through multi-year budgets if there is no certainty that an Executive will be in place. Political stability is necessary for reforming and addressing the challenges within the health service. It shouldn't be lost on any of us that this Assembly is currently as stable as it was the day before the last collapse. As the Chair of the Climate Change Committee, it would be remiss of me not to mention the need for the UK Government to invest if we are not only to tackle the climate crisis, but also to benefit from the opportunities that transitioning to a greener economy will bring. As a member of the Health Committee, I also look forward to working constructively with the Health Minister and seeing his plan to deliver the transformation that our health service desperately needs to begin to address the huge waiting lists and the internal pressures within it. Thank you.
Jerry, I just want to say, normally it's courtesy for people to be in as for part of it, so I'm going to call you anyway. So you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and apologies for not being in earlier. I had a meeting to attend to. The fact that there's a deep crisis in our health and social care system is news to no one. The chronic underfunding of our schools is not a new problem. It's not the first time, Deputy Speaker, we've discussed the government's failure to invest in housing, infrastructure or protecting our environment. What is new is that after some 15 years of implementing austerity on behalf of the British government, some of the parties here suddenly have changed tack. Every bad decision, every cut and every attack on public services by the Tories was effectively quietly agreed to by Sinn Féin, the DUP and the Alliance Party as well. And if members of the public are following the debate here today, they might reasonably ask what has caused the change of heart. Was it the people lying in hospital corridors or languishing on a health waiting list? Was it the children whose education is stymied by the under-resourcing of our schools, or the special education needs who was referred to earlier on? People, families who are denied a school place in the first instance? Or was it the fact that so many poorly paid public sector workers are struggling to make ends meet? Was it even, Deputy Speaker, the people, the many, many people sleeping rough on our streets, or the homeless families whose lives are put on hold and devastated because they don't have a place to call home? But if people watching may have thought that these things inspired the change of heart, I think they would be mistaken, Deputy Speaker. And you look at the motion before us, in the face of all the suffering we see in our communities, and I mentioned some of it, and in our public services, the Alliance Party motion tells us that the place the cuts are most sharply felt just so happens to be one of the departments run by their party leader. And if they are seriously telling us that the police are suffering the worst of Stormont's cuts, I would respectfully invite them to think and look at that point again. I would invite them to tell it to the workers and patients in our health service, to those on the housing waiting list, to the parents who can't afford childcare, to the pupils and teachers who disgracefully have to fundraise for classroom supplies, to the pensioners who can't heat their homes thanks to the government's cuts. However, we should make absolutely no mistake about it, Deputy Speaker. The parties who bemoan the economic policies of Westminster are preparing for more of the same. The executive parties who implemented the cruel and punishing policies of the Tories for years are now preparing to roll over for Keir Starmer's right-wing Labour Party as they promise more years of hardship. Come next month, when Sinn Féin, the DUP and Alliance sign off likely on a new austerity budget and proceed with the cuts as before, we will just see how things have changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call Timothy Gosson, Timothy, you weren't in the chamber when I said to Jerry it's normally courtesy to be in for the debate rather than expecting to walk in and get full 5 minutes, so you're getting 3 if you wish to avail of it.
Very much. While it is safe to assume that Alliance did not have this as a consideration when tabling the motion before us today, it does come at an opportune time for TUV, as my party will today be submitting proposals to Treasury in the matter where these decisions are actually made. Between the mid-70s and the later part of the 2010s, Northern Ireland was funded relatively generously by Westminster, but during 2020 the block grant funding to Northern Ireland fell to the UK Government definition of need. Then in April 2022, Northern Ireland became the first part of the UK to be funded below the UK Government's own definition of need since its adoption in 2012. In order to have a sensible discussion about these developments, we need to review them in the context of appreciation of the development of UK policy around need. The first part of the UK to really struggle with the Barnett squeeze was Wales during the noughties, and in 2007 the Welsh Government appointed Professor Jerry Hotham to review the impact of the squeeze and develop a metric for measuring what Wales needed in order to justify intervention to make sure the squeeze did not take Wales below that level. Hotham explained that the only way he could develop a meaningful metric was on a UK-wide basis, assessing how funds should be allocated across the whole UK. Mindful of local need, with the objective that, regardless of where people live, we should all have access broadly comparable public services. The result that the Hotham formula was demonstrated that in order for people in Wales to enjoy the same level of public services as England, the government needed to spend, because of the higher need in Wales, £115 per head for every £100 spent in England. The equivalent figure for Scotland was £105 per head, and Northern Ireland £121 per head. Hotham's calculations took place before the devolution of justice in Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council has since made appropriate adjustments to apply the Hotham formula. In this updated context, the definition of need for Northern Ireland has increased to £124. Go on ahead.
I appreciate him giving way. I'm interested to hear the very interesting dissection of the politics of devolution and fiscal policy in relation to devolved entities. My assumption or view or thought was that the TV completely opposed devolution in all its forms. Is that right? I mean, I thought you didn't want this chamber to exist at all.
Thank you for the interventions.
The member's an extra minute, and can I just remind people interventions are supposed to be shorter than speeches? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention, and indeed Westminster rule is certainly my preference, but we have to work with what we have. The UK Government embraced the Hotham formula in 2012 when they committed to intervene to ensure that the block grant funding to Wales would not fall below the Hotham definition of need at £115. something which they started doing every financial year 2017 to 2018 and which they have continued to do ever since. The funding of Northern Ireland was £3 below the UK definition of need in 2022-23 and 23-24, even as the UK Government intervened to make sure block grant funding to Wales did not fall below need, constituted an arrangement that was obviously unjust and indefendable. The UK Government cannot have a UK definition of need and then deploy it to protect some UK Welsh citizens while refusing to protect UK Northern Ireland citizens. Northern Ireland was badly let down by the fiscal framework negotiated by the Government at the end of last year. While we do not argue that Northern Ireland should be funded £19 above the need like Scotland, we are equally clear that the trauma of being funded below this need is so serious that we insist on nothing less than that the same protections afforded to other parts of the UK threatened by funding below need are now afforded to us. The fiscal framework denies this on two counts. First, the framework does not hold to the UK Government to the Wales precedent, in that it does not clearly fund Northern Ireland to the £124 baseline from 2022, so we are denied the clarity afforded to Wales.
Mr. Cotton, your time's up.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to call the Minister for Finance to respond and want to advise you to 15 minutes. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to provide an update to the Assembly on our budgetary outlook. It is no secret that the Executive is facing significant budgetary challenges. Since taking up office, I have been consistently clear about the scale of those challenges and also in calling out the underfunding of our public services and the damage caused by 14 years of austerity under the Tories. I have made the case to the new British Government, as I did to the previous Government, that we need to see a change of approach which prioritises investment in public services and public sector workers. The Executive is committed to speaking with one voice and will continue to make the case for additional funding for public services. But the reality is, with the Prime Minister and Chancellor at pains to warn of a painful budget coming in October, there is little hope of additional funding being provided outside of Barnett consequentials, and the Barnett formula will not deliver the additional funding we need. It is also clear that the previous Government's failure to raise budgets to take account of inflation has greatly contributed to the pressure on our public services. Members will be well familiar with ministers speaking to the difficulties of their budgets. I commissioned an urgent exercise over the summer to get a clear picture of the current financial position, and unfortunately, despite the efforts of many ministers to manage their budgets, it is clear that it is extremely challenging. I have said many times that the demands on our finances far outstrip the funding available. Departments are currently reporting £767 million of pressures above their budget. The greatest pressures are in health, education and justice, which together account for almost 90% of the total pressure. 55% of the total pressure comes from public sector pay, based upon pay body recommendations. I have been clear with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury that our public sector workers are critical to service delivery and that it is crucial that the Executive has sufficient funds available to enable it to meet the cost of public sector pay awards. We know there will be further Barnett consequentials this year because of allocations in England, but we will only get full certainty on our share towards the end of the year. I am not willing to delay until then and see services deteriorate further while we wait. So I will bring proposals to the Executive to increase departmental budgets by our latest assessment of what our Barnett share will be for the rest of the year. It is expected that this will allow the allocation of around £500 million. While this will fall short of the overcommitment departments are currently reporting, it will go a significant way towards addressing the pressures. But all ministers will have to play their part by living within their budget once this funding is provided. I have a lot to get through, so not doing so would have grave consequences for future funding. Any overspend would come off next year's budget, and even more concerningly, the Treasury has been explicit that not living within budget would result in the Executive having to repay the £559 million that Treasury had agreed to write off, making an already difficult financial situation even worse. While I, along with my executive colleagues, will continue to make the case for adequate funding of our public services, I remain hugely concerned that the ramifications of not living within budget this year would represent a potentially disastrous outcome for the Executive and our public services. At the Executive meeting last week, I outlined to my ministerial colleagues the need for urgent action to be taken. Collectively, we must ensure a balanced budget is delivered. I am currently meeting with individual ministers to discuss the budgetary challenges, and collectively as an executive we will need to chart a way forward. I will continue to make the case to the British Government that more funding is needed for public services to support our workers, families and businesses, and will be raising this at a meeting with the Chancellor later this week. Difficult times require courageous leadership. Last week the Executive agreed the draft programme for government, demonstrating our determination to deliver for people. The draft PFG sets out our immediate priorities and will guide where we invest our funding. One of its priorities is the reform and transformation of our public services. We are committed to delivering positive change and playing our part in making our finances sustainable. We will be looking at all options to deliver efficiencies, generate revenue, enhance borrowing powers and examine fiscal devolution. Financial sustainability will require collaborative working as well as innovation and efficiency in the delivery of services. Longer term, I agree that we must seek a funding arrangement that provides appropriate levels of funding and fiscal responsibility. I was pleased to sign an interim fiscal framework on behalf of the Executive in May this year, which was an early and significant milestone as we work towards putting our finances onto a more sustainable footing. It is already making a difference with an additional £60 million being provided so far this year, and it will result in further additional funding for the Executive this year and in the years to come. Importantly, it recognises that until budgets are confirmed at the spending review, the Executive will continue to plan on the assumption that it will be funded at or above the 124% level of relative need in future financial years. It also includes a firm commitment from the British Government to review the Executive's funding, including concerns about the 26-27 funding, as well as considering a review of our level of need if multiple independent and credible sources provide evidence that our relative need is different to 124%. I believe spending on public services by the British Government is too low, and that there are unique characteristics that may push our overall level of need above 124. Members should also recognise the assertion of the Fiscal Council that 124% is a reasonable estimate and that socio-economic data would not necessarily support an increase in the need calculation. However, I am focusing on ensuring we have the evidence base in place to negotiate for a higher needs-based factor in future. My officials are working to build on the robust independent evidence base we already have regarding our level of relative need, thanks to the Fiscal Council. This work includes working with independent experts and other executive departments. Further work is also being progressed by the new fiscal team established in my department on how we can enhance our financial management tools, such as increasing our level of borrowing and taking greater control of fiscal levies through additional fiscal devolution. I have a lot to get through, sorry. We will examine those options as part of the considerations for a final fiscal framework. This will be detailed work which will take time to deliver. Work has also been ongoing to develop the Budget Sustainability Plan. As Treasury were unable to engage formally with us during the pre-election period, and given the need to secure formal executive agreement to the plan, I have agreed a short extension with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. There is an inherent challenge in presenting a budget sustainability plan with the level of current overcommitment that I have outlined, but we must strive to bridge the gap. It is my intention to publish the plan at the end of September, subject, of course, to its securing executive agreement in the next couple of weeks. And to confirm to the Leader of the Opposition, it is also my intention to align with the spending review announced by the British Government 1 year in October and the following 2 years in spring. The publication of the Sustainability Plan is a stepping stone to the Executive's larger ambition to secure and maintain sustainable budgets. It is the first stage in a process that will set the Executive's finances on a more stable trajectory. The path to sustainable finances is not straightforward. It will require decisions that will impact on the public services the Executive delivers, and with some 6 months of the current financial year already passed, achieving fiscal balance in 2024-25 will prove challenging. But as I have outlined, not delivering a balanced budget, in my view, is simply not an option. Finally, the motion calls for the British Government to depart from its austerity policy and implement different fiscal rules or different tax systems. On the wider call for changing the approach to austerity and implementing more progressive tax systems, I absolutely agree. The new British Government has choices to make on how it spends its money and raises its money, and who shoulders the burden. Those who can afford most should be paying most. Investing in public services and supporting ordinary workers and families should be the priority. I and my department will continue to engage with the Treasury and the British Government on securing a final fiscal framework that provides certainty on finances in the longer term. However, in the interim, we must face up to the challenges, strive to live within our budgets, and avoid a scenario in 2025-26 of having to deal with paying back any overspend from this year, along with a further £559 million from previous years, by taking the responsible decisions that we need to achieve financial balance this year. I call upon members in this House to support ministers and work in partnership with us to navigate the challenges ahead, recognising that we cannot do everything that we would want to do. This will not be easy, but it is the right thing to help us deliver change in the longer term.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Paul Frew to weigh in on Amendment 2, and Paul, to advise you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. With politics and governance, it's all about priorities and choices, especially for sovereign governments. And that's why I despair when I hear Chancellor after Chancellor stating about black holes here and about black holes there. Because there's no such thing as a black hole with sovereign government. If you have not enough money, you raise more money. Or you prioritise what you're spending it on, and when you look at a sovereign government like the UK that spends billions, it's a decision, it's a choice as to what you spend it on. And can I just put on record, Madam Speaker, about the disastrous decision by the Labour government to cut the winter fuel payments. That will cost them money in the long run, but will cost lives. It's different for devolution. Devolution has to settle for funding settlements, envelopes of money, or maybe more realistic, packages of funding. So, and although we do have fiscal powers, limited fiscal powers, the reach is limited as to how we could raise money. And it's quite primitive, the way we would raise money with regards to revenue raising. And that's a challenge that we will have to face, and the Finance Minister will have to face along with their sustainability plan, because not only do they want a published sustainability plan, they want to see 113 million of additional revenue. And that's a challenge for all of us in this House. How do we get that out? Do we take that out of our people? No, I won't, because I've only got 5 minutes. So it's about tough decisions in this place. And I suppose the question I would pose today is, are we up for that? Are we up for making those tough decisions to assist our people? And I must say I'm glad now that we have a programme for government. Because really when you talk about a finance situation and a budgetary burden, money must follow strategy. It is bonkers to have a budget without a programme for government. And it's bonkers to have a programme for government that isn't aligned to a budget. So the closer we get to that position where both are aligned and run parallel, the better it will be for our people and for this place. I'm disappointed that the SDLP and the Alliance won't support our motion or amendment, because I do feel that we should place on record every time we get the opportunity that this place has fallen, the funding has fallen below need and should have been retrospectively paid. And think of it like this: if it wasn't for the various agreements, including the confidence and supply arrangements and the money that came from that, we would be in a much worse place. It also grieves me that the mover of the motion, out of all the spending that has taken place since the Alliance Party have been in the executive, he picks on £250,000 of spend by the Education Minister that will actually assist teachers and principals, will actually assist with cyberbullying, and will actually assist with the massive mental health and well-being problem that we have in our country, especially in children's. I won't because of limited time. But can I just say that they blame not supporting our agreement on the fact that we've moved withdrawn the division part of his motion. I will remind the Alliance Party that they supported division. They supported and voted for a vaccine certification scheme on a lie that it stopped transmission, that coerced and discriminated against people, creating a lemon-off society. £21.5 million was spent on that division. The Alliance Party are a party of division. The SDLP, of course, wanted to go further. They wanted to sack nurses. But the Alliance Party cannot wash their hands of this recent decision that, of course, was implemented by the UUP. Will not let them off light either. And it's also the case that when we talk about budgetary pressures, we should talk about the cost of lockdown, which these parties supported also. Cost millions of pounds. In our health, or people's health. And we still live with those consequences.
Members' time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today. I propose to, therefore, by leave the Assembly suspend the sit until 2. This debate will continue after question time, and Neil McAllister will be the next member to speak or wind up on the motion. So the sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
The sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question 8 has been withdrawn. I call Emma Sheeran.
The Hall. Question 1, please.
Minister.
Thank the member for her question. It is important that the ammonia strategy delivers the most effective measures to protect our environment. To do this, I need to consider all the relevant information available to me. Following a consultation in 2023, my department considered the responses and used this information to inform a reworked draft ammonia strategy. However, I wish to seek additional views on proposed mandatory ammonia reduction measures, and these will be included as part of the consultation process during the 2024 Nutrients Action Programme review. To allow time for this process to take place, I anticipate that it will be 2025 before the ammonia strategy is finalised and ready for me to take the Executive for approval and publication. I am aware that while agriculture makes up a significant contribution to Northern Ireland's economy, it also produces 97% of current ammonia emissions, and action on ammonia is urgently required. This action is required to support our local farm businesses and rural communities to thrive and be sustainable while at the same time protecting our environment and meeting our legislative requirements. It is essential that the ammonia strategy is science-led and can deliver measures which protect nature, meet Northern Ireland's legal obligations and ensure a sustainable agriculture sector.
Emma Sheeran for a supplementary.
Thanks to the Minister for that answer. And Minister, you referred in your answer there to the mandatory ammonia reduction strategies that will obviously be required for farmers. I just wonder what consideration you have given to the cost of this, particularly for smaller farmers, and for the practicality of these sorts of machinery on areas of natural constraint. Just concerned that it might sort of work against farmers who are trying to break into an industry that is obviously calling out for producers at the minute.
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. She touches upon what is an important issue, because we need to incentivise uptake of the technology that's been outlined. And I have written to the DEFRA Secretary in London in terms of future agriculture funding for Northern Ireland, and made a case that she would have a separate and additional funding, which I would consider to be the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, which would be capital funding to enable uptake of those. And I am engaging with the Secretary of State next Monday when I'm in London further to that letter.
Michelle McIlveen for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When officials were asked at the committee why planning applications for replacement dwellings or buildings which would lead to lower ammonia emissions are not assessed differently to new developments, we were told, and I quote, that the regulations don't give any scope for us to consider any difference between new and replacement developments, but we do totally understand the frustration that this must cause. Acknowledging those frustrations, will the Minister commit to change those regulations which are having a perverse impact on the outcomes which he wants to achieve?
Sir.
Thank the member for her supplementary question. Reductions in ammonia emissions in existing facilities will be taken into account in the new operational protocol to assess the impacts of air pollution on the natural environment. But the remaining level of ammonia pollution is the key factor which must be used by DERA to provide advice to planning authorities. Further to my response, I understand the issue you're outlining, which would be otherwise known as betterment, and I'm engaging with stakeholders around this in the days ahead, and as part of a ministerial roundtable that I've convened in relation to this issue, because I think it's important we have dialogue and we engage around this matter and the general issue of ammonia.
Justin McNulty for supplementary.
I would like to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Given the recent critical report on river basin management plans by the Office for the Environmental Protection, what steps will the Minister take to ensure the new ammonia strategy is fully compliant with the Water Framework Directive regulations and contributes significantly to the Water Framework Directive environmental objectives? And what lessons could your department learn from what Tagash is doing in the south in relation to engaging and being proactive in relation to protecting river basins?
Thank you, Minister.
So the member has two questions in his supplementary question. One is in terms of engagement, and as I've outlined to Michelle McIlveen, that's something I've prioritised, and I've convened a ministerial roundtable around the issue of ammonia to engage with stakeholders in relation to this issue. The first one was in relation to the Office Environmental Protection report last week in terms of river basin management plans, and I've been clearly on the record that I accept the recommendations that are set out within that, and it's important whatever we do in relation to ammonia or other matters within my portfolio we act in accordance to the law, and that's the area that the space that I'm in. Last week we talked an awful lot about water quality. Today, in terms of ammonia, we're talking about air quality, and we need to have the same focus in terms of dealing with the issues of air quality than we have around water, and the responsibility to deal with those issues, because in terms of water quality, we see that as played out in our rivers, lakes and lochs in Northern Ireland, but air quality is also a serious concern, and just because it is not as visible doesn't mean that we shouldn't take heed of the legal obligations to act.
Lord Elliott.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister. Just a quick one on the planning applications and the response to them from NIEA around ammonia. They seem to have been delayed, and I'm just wondering, is there any update of it progressing or getting any better?
Firstly, I want to congratulate Lord Elliott on his elevation to the other place, and congratulations to that. In relation to planning applications, Northern Ireland Environment Agency is doing what it can in relation to that, but we have to act in accordance with the law and ensure our advice is given appropriately, reflecting that. Also, there is resource constraints. It's important we recognise that statutory consultees will act within the resources that is available to them. We've done what we can within Northern Ireland Environment Agency, but the budget for the next financial year will be important so we can provide those resources to the Environment Agency to respond to the planning applications.
Timothy Casson.
Very much. We have been assured that the current method DAERA use on assessing planning applications announced on the 19th of December 2023 are now fit for purpose, informed by science and evidence. As the emerging ammonia strategy is to be published shortly,
Mr. Casson.
Can the Minister confirm that the current robust science-led approach will remain in place until the new strategy is announced, ensuring that those that have their planning applications already in the system won't see the goalposts changed again?
Minister.
So I will always, as Minister, be guided by the evidence and science, particularly in relation to ammonia. If that evidence and science changes, then it would be negligent of me not to respond to that. So I can't say that nothing will change in the future, but it's important that we are guided by the evidence and science, and that's why, as in the Ministerial Roundtable, we're having discussions around the situation as it presents itself to me.
Alan Chambers.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
I have already enacted legislation to restrict and control the ownership of XL bully dogs, and I am pleased that my ministerial colleague in the Republic of Ireland has moved to align legislation across the island. I understand that the rules there will broadly mirror the legal requirements already in place here and in the rest of the UK. For example, breeding, selling and rehoming XL bully dogs will be prohibited in the Republic of Ireland from the 1st of October 2024, matching the legal restrictions which I introduced here on the 5th of July. It will also be illegal to own an XL bully dog in the Republic of Ireland without a certificate of exemption from the 1st of February 2025, which is 1 month after it becomes illegal here. In the Republic of Ireland, certificates will only be issued to owners who can prove their dog has a licence, is microchipped and neutered. This is broadly in line with the conditions of exemption I have introduced here in Northern Ireland.
Alan Chambers for supplementary.
Minister, certainly when you brought this before the House back in March and I asked a supplementary question around concerns I had about the residential settings of dogs, and we both agreed there was no perfect solution. But you did say that you couldn't live with yourself if you didn't do something, and you did bring forward that legislation, and I know those words were spoken with sincerity. But given that there's been a number of fatalities and serious maulings both in the UK and throughout the Republic of Ireland over recent months in residential settings,
Mr. Chambers, is there a question?
Could the Minister perhaps reflect that maybe the perfect solution is a complete ban of these dogs?
Minister.
I am aware of the member's ongoing concerns around potential attacks by XL bully dogs in residential settings. The safeguards I have introduced are aimed at protecting public safety. To place legal restrictions on a dog in the home is neither feasible, practical or enforceable, and would severely impinge upon an owner's ability to look after and enjoy time with their dog in a private dwelling. The fact is that all dog owners are responsible for controlling their dog, whether in public or private settings. My department continues to promote responsible dog ownership, and I would urge all dog owners to educate themselves about their dog's needs and to be aware of changes in behaviour or temperament. If Assembly colleagues or stakeholders advocating for further legislation to provide protection in residential settings where an XL bully dog is kept can provide viable suggestions, my officials will consider any such detail received.
David Honeyford for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Just to ask the Minister, based that we're living on an island and this is an issue right across, can he give us more information on the engagement that he's had with his counterparts in the South on this issue?
I met with Minister Humphreys and Secretary-General Mary Hurley on the 22nd of July 2024 and had productive discussions on current issues, including the ban of XL bully dogs. My officials have also met with their Republic of Ireland counterparts to discuss implementation processes and any potential cross-border issues. That engagement is ongoing. I am committed to working with Minister Humphreys and our counterpart not only on XL bully safeguards, but also on wider dog control issues and the promotion of dog ownership across this island.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Principal Deputy Speaker, question 3, please.
Minister.
I would like to highlight the robust legislation that Northern Ireland already has in place to regulate commercial dog breeding establishments. The Welfare of Animals, Dog Breeding Establishments and Miscellaneous Amendments Regulations 2013 empowers local councils to licence and inspect potential or current breeding establishments. The 2013 regulations also provide powers for council inspectors to act if a commercial breeder does not meet the standards required. This includes the power to suspend or revoke a licence. Unlicensed commercial breeders and licence holders who breach the conditions of these regulations can face prosecution, and in conviction carries a maximum penalty of 6 months imprisonment and or a fine of £5,000. To combat the illegal breeding and trafficking of low welfare pups, my department supports the local councils and other statutory bodies under the Pause for Thought initiative. This initiative, chaired by my department, comprises representatives from the Police Service of Northern Ireland, His Majesty's Revenue and Customs, local councils, Belfast Harbour Police, ferry companies and my department's animal welfare policy, enforcement and portal inspection teams. In addition, my department continues to work with local councils and the other relevant statutory bodies to promote messages and communications that urge the public to secure dogs from reputable and licensed breeders. I am conscious that dog breeding is an area where stakeholders express concern and more action will be required in the time ahead. Therefore, I am keen to explore their views on what action they believe is needed, as well as discussing my intention to introduce a version of Lucy's Law to Northern Ireland.
Deborah Erskine for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. He will be of no surprise that this is a very hot topic in my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and indeed he has referenced Lucy's Law there, and I welcome a commitment to that. I want to ensure that there is no loopholes within the legislation, that actually breeders act then legally within what has been set out. So can he commit that he will also look at how those people act legally, but may have a loophole within the system that they can access?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. And when we're designing legislation and policy around animal welfare, we need to be very conscious of the issue you've outlined in terms of people's ability to navigate the legislation and to create loopholes around it all. So that's why it's important when we're developing it, we do it correctly. In terms of Lucy's Law, I am conscious that Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK which has yet to introduce legislation to regulate the third-party sale of pups and kittens. Therefore, I would like to confirm that it remains my intention to deliver a version of Lucy's Law in Northern Ireland within the lifetime of this Assembly. My officials are currently developing options for my consideration, and I will carefully consider all options and then decide on the best one for appropriately regulating third-party sale of pups and kittens in Northern Ireland. Any proposals I am minded to introduce will be subject to public consultation. I am also keen to engage with the animal welfare sector and intend to facilitate discussions with key stakeholders in the time ahead as I determine the best course of action in terms of implementing Lucy's Law.
Cara Hunter for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answer so far. My question is just around how does your department monitor how well or not so well different council areas are looking into illegal breeding? And also, I'm aware that there is an animal rights abuse event next month in the Long Gallery. Will you attend this important event? Thank you.
So in terms of the second question, I'm happy if you send me through details of that. We'll consider that in terms of diary and availability. In terms of the first one, it is obviously for district councils and around their enforcement around that. If there is concerns around that, I'm happy the member writes to me and raises that. But we do seek to work in partnership with district councils, and that's what the importance around this area is, about working together. I was in Larne last week to see the Pause for Thought initiative, which is essentially about attacking puppy smuggling, and it's seeing all those different bodies coming together to be able to deal with something which is really, really insidious and wrong, and that's what's really, really key, that we all, district councils, HMRC, the police, my department, come together around these issues. And stakeholders in terms of animal welfare charities, for example, have a really, really crucial role to play, and that's why I want to sit down with them and discuss next steps around policy and legislation, because I do want to work with people on these issues to stamp out animal cruelty in Northern Ireland.
Donny Donnelly for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm glad to hear the Minister is out and about and going to Larne these days. Great. Can I just ask for a bit more detail on how puppy smuggling is being tackled?
So thank you, and yes, I did enjoy my day in Larne. I was up in Glenarm as well, and it's a great constituency to visit. The Pause for Thought initiative is a quite key intervention where we're all working together to tackle that. I would highlight as part of that we do public communications to the general public around this issue, to make them understand that they have a role to play, to not be part of this, and to be very, very conscious when they're buying pups and kittens, that they're very aware of where they came from, and to assure themselves in that regard. One last thing I would like to say in response to the member's question is that I really want to do a good bit of legislation and policy around animal welfare so we can tackle animal cruelty. But what crucially I'll need is resource and funding to do that, because it requires officials to bring that forward and to consult and engage, and then also to bring it to this chamber. So the budget for next year for my department around this issue will be absolutely crucial, because if I don't get a settlement which is fair and just to allow me to do that, then we're unfortunately not going to be able to do the work we need around tackling animal cruelty.
Glenmore Patrick.
Question 4.
Following the Executive's approval of the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan on the 18th July, the focus has turned to implementation of the actions. Good progress has been made on a number of actions, including, for example, the development of a Lough Neagh Science Platform, the launch of 2 small business research initiatives, and the implementation of the interagency Blue-Green Algae Monitoring Protocol. Whilst the Action Plan offers a comprehensive approach, it acknowledges that achieving substantial recovery will take many years due to the complex nature of the issues at Lough Neagh. There is a significant amount of work to do alongside our stakeholders, which will take both time and resources. I am firmly committed to ensuring the implementation of the Action Plan as swiftly as possible.
One area of concern I have around the Action Plan is the fact that there was no funding support for fishermen who saw a drastic cut to their income last year and are facing probably an even more dire situation this year. Has the Minister any plans to introduce emergency funding support for those who make a living on the loch?
Minister.
Thank the member for his follow-up question, and we'll be meeting with fishers from Lough Neagh tomorrow around this, and I'm very aware of the challenges in terms of inland fisheries in Lough Neagh and the pressures that they've been under. I have engaged with officials around this. There is a number of issues arising from that, particularly in terms of availability of funding and the recurrent nature of any support that will be required, but it's something I have been exploring with officials, and I've been engaging with people who are directly affected by this tomorrow.
John Blair for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. The Minister might be aware that yesterday I asked a question to the First Minister, Deputy First Minister in relation to Lough Neagh, and the question was a closely related matter of the Environmental Improvement Plan. I got a reply about executive confidentiality, even though the matter I referenced has been widely publicly reported and referenced by the Office of Environmental Protection. It relates directly to the question, Principal Deputy Speaker, which is, can the Minister give us an update on Northern Ireland's first draft environment strategy and also the Environmental Improvement Plan itself?
Thank you.
Thank you, John. So the Environmental Improvement Plan will be Northern Ireland's first environment strategy. There was a legal obligation for that to be adopted of July of last year. Upon taking office in February, I brought that to the Executive in March, and I will continue to engage with Executive colleagues to secure the adoption of that. Subsequent to me bringing the paper in March, the Office of Environmental Protection has commenced an investigation as a result of the failure to adopt the Environmental Improvement Plan. There is also legal challenges that have been lodged with my department around that, so I will continue to engage with Executive colleagues in relation to this. It is relevant to Lough Neagh because the catchment area of Lough Neagh is substantial, and it's important we take significant environmental action to address those issues, and the Environmental Improvement Plan is not just a statutory obligation, but is also a tool to be able to improve our environment.
Patty McLone.
Could I ask the Minister, what is the projected overall cost of implementation of the Lough Neagh Action Plan? And of that projected overall cost, how much has been assured to date?
So we're currently working through with officials, so I can give you a correct answer to that, because I've got some estimates that I've been working out myself, but I want to engage with officials so we can give you a substantial response, because there's a significant range of actions that need to be taken. So you've got the investment required in wastewater infrastructure, that's a significant investment that's needed, but also the interventions around agriculture. Some of that is mainstreamed as part of agricultural practice, so I want to make sure I'm giving you a correct figure in relation to that. What I've done in this year is I've essentially reallocated resources within my department towards Lough Neagh, and the interventions that are required out of that. I'll give the right back to the member and give him a full breakdown of the spend around that, but the cost of repairing and remediating the damage in Lough Neagh is way in excess of what it would have been if this situation hadn't been allowed to unfold in the first place.
Call Jerry Kelly.
I am committed to taking action to restrict the consumption of a range of single-use plastic products where sustainable alternatives are easily available and affordable. This includes transposing the Single-Use Plastics Directive. The primary objective of the Single-Use Plastic Directive is to protect our environment. Single-use plastic products are wasteful use of resources, being used only once and before being discarded, impacting on both our marine and natural environment. The introduction of these regulations will reduce the volume and impact of plastic products on our environment. Officials are currently working to progress the legislation which will introduce restrictions on the most commonly littered single-use plastic items, such as straws and cutlery. Single-use drinks containers must have a lid that remains attached, and other products such as plastic, such as sanitary and tobacco products, should have clear labelling of appropriate disposal. My officials will also progress a plan to reduce the consumption of single-use cups and food containers. My department has also taken a wide range of further actions to tackle the scourge of plastic pollution, including working to bring forward regulations to ban the sale and supply of single-use vapes and wet wipes containing plastic.
Jerry Kelly for a supplementary.
Because leis or something fragration. I think the Minister was actually a very comprehensive answer. But you did mention legislation, so I just wanted to ask, is the legislation primary legislation Westminster that you're talking about, or is it secondary legislation? You mentioned bringing in further legislation.
Minister?
Yeah, this is secondary legislation.
I call Sean Mulholland for a supplementary.
Thank you, Premier Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister intend to increase or introduce additional levies to target single-use plastics?
Thank you, Sean. My department introduced new carrier bag legislation in April 2022. It increased the carrier bag levy charge from 5p to 25p and extended the scope to include all new carrier bags with a retail price of £5 or less. The primary objective remains to protect our environment by influencing consumer behaviour and promote a significant reduction in the usage of single-use plastic items. I will consider all options to find the most suitable way to help reduce the impact of single-use plastic items on our environment.
Call Matthew O'Toole for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome the fact that this is going to be transposed, hopefully without much delay, into local law. Can I ask, on the related subject of dog fouling, have you any plans to increase penalties for dog fouling? Because obviously, particularly post-COVID, that has been an increased subject of interest in many local authorities.
It's a bit of a pivot from single-use plastics. But it's an important issue, and one of the main issues where Harvey Milk got elected as the first openly gay parliamentarian in America was on dog fouling. So all politics is local. I'm happy to consider the issue if the member writes to me around that. I have no immediate plans around it, but if the member wants to articulate a strong case, I'm prepared to give it a strong hearing.
Call Patrick Delargy.
Over a shade, a lot of questions.
Minister.
My department is continuing to progress work in relation to monitoring the site, pursuing a criminal just outcome against the former operators and determining the best approach for remediation through an industry standard process. A draft remediation strategy has been developed in relation to the long-term remediation of the Maboy site in line with industry standards. My officials have published the Maboy Remediation Options Appraisal Report on the DAERA website to support the completion of the remediation strategy. In terms of next steps, officials are working through an industry standard process following a land contamination risk management guidance. This includes consultation with the public to seek their views on a draft remediation strategy for the Maboy site. The size and complexity of the Maboy site means that its remediation will not be a quick fix and will be subject to affordability considerations in the context of constraints of public sector finances. It is vitally important that all interested parties have the opportunity to comment on the draft strategy. There is no agreed preferred option, and there will not be until a consultation has been completed and responses have been carefully considered. NEA continues to implement a comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the site, and regular water quality reports are published and are freely available on the DAERA website. To date, I am advised that there has been no adverse impact on the safety of drinking water being supplied from the River Fall.
Padraig Delargy for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your comprehensive answer, and I think you've provided a lot of clarity on those details. We're all in agreement that this is an ecological disaster, that it's a complete national scandal, not just for Derry, but right across Ireland. So I'm glad that your department are working on that. Would you agree to meet with me, with residents and with environmental groups who are keen to campaign to make sure that there's truth and there's resolution to this scandal?
Minister.
What occurred in the past in relation to my boy was a complete disgrace, and whilst I will continue to pursue the issue of the polluter pays and the principle around that, what is happening here is the public sector and the people of Northern Ireland are having to pick up the tab in terms of looking towards remediation of that, and that's not lost upon me. So I'm happy to meet with yourself and others around this, because I know it's a key issue, not just for the people of Derry, Londonderry, but also for Northern Ireland more widely.
Mark Durkin for supplementary.
The three will ask Concordia, and I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, given the eye-watering projected cost of clean-up, the current cross-cutting impasse caused to the completion of the A6, and the potential catastrophic consequences to the environment and to human health should my boy remain unsolved, does the Minister agree with me that there should be a specific commitment in the programme for government to get this issue sorted once and for all and funded?
There is a commitment from me to address this issue within the financial resources available to me, and that's the challenge around this, because, as you know, the cost for remediation of this could be quite substantial. In terms of the programme for government, I'm glad that that was launched yesterday for consultation, and I encourage all members of the House and of Northern Ireland to give their feedback in relation to that. But what we've got to do in terms of the programme for government is also be realistic of what we can achieve within a reduced mandate. We lost 2 years of this mandate as a result of this House not sitting, and what we're trying to do is sort of play catch-up in terms of the issues that need to be addressed, and my boy is one of those.
Ellen McAllister for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far, and just picking up on some of the things that you'd mentioned in both the previous answers, specifically on the review of environmental crime fines and the penalties. Will these cover waste crime, so a scandal like this does not happen in the future?
The review and consultation around the fines and penalties associated with environmental crime is really, really important, and it will cover waste crime because it's something I'm quite concerned about. Officials are working at this in terms of taking this forward, and once we launch that consultation, I would encourage everyone to make a response to that.
Quick, David Brooks, very quickly, if you.
7.
1 minute left, Minister.
Oh, right, okay. The Welfare of Animals Act, Northern Ireland 2011, is the foundation upon which statutory bodies, including local councils, the PSNI and my department, carry out their duties in order to improve animal welfare. It is a robust piece of legislation which provides a range of powers for dealing with animal welfare cases. These include being proactive in dealing with cases in order to prevent unnecessary suffering and tough fines and penalties for serious animal welfare offences. The 2011 Act is on a par with animal welfare legislation in the rest of the UK. Whilst I have no immediate plans to review the Act, I wish to engage with relevant stakeholders at the time ahead in terms of future animal welfare policy and legislation. The suitability and capability of all legislation, including this, is something I'm willing to consider as and when evidence is presented for change as part of that stakeholder engagement.
David, unfortunately there's not time to ask a supplementary question, but you will get a response. So that ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 6 have been withdrawn, and I call Patsy McGlone.
Minister, can I ask you just where current policy development is at the department in regard to just transition?
Minister.
A number of issues around that. We will start consultation quite soon in terms of the regulations which will establish the Just Transition Commission, and then we'll make the regulations and have that established next year. So I think that's important. The other one is in terms of Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, and as I've outlined earlier in terms of question time, I've made a case to the DEFRA Secretary that there should be a separate and additional capital funding to Northern Ireland, which would be the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, and that would be an invest to save measure in terms of enable us to drive down greenhouse gas emissions, but also deal with the issues we've talked about today around air quality, ammonia and water quality. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done in that place. Also in terms of the draft Green Growth Strategy, I'll be bringing that to the Executive very soon and seeking endorsement of that. And a just transition is a core part of that, because I'm very keen as we travel the road to net zero, it is just and fair, and it's absolutely key that we do that. And that's where our economy needs to be as well, in terms of looking after the most vulnerable in society and ensuring equality throughout.
Patsy for a supplementary.
You touched upon something there that kind of inspired me to follow another line of thinking, Minister, and that is in relation to just transition and the economy. What support measures or what measures have been discussed with the Department for the Economy, particularly in regard to on-farm, on-yard measures that can be implemented or brought in to support that transition, especially around slurry and the disposal of slurry?
Minister.
So I work closely with the Department of Economy in the Small Business Research Initiative, and I had a meeting with Conor Murphy yesterday, because we work quite closely in relation to these areas, because we share a common desire to reach the road to net zero in a just and fair manner. A good bit of that sits with me in terms of taking that forward, and I'll be making announcements very soon in terms of phase 2 of the Small Business Research Initiative on the sustainable utilisation of slurry. There's quite a lot we need to do around the issue of water quality, and a better way to manage slurry and manure is absolutely critical, and I think this is something I'm going to be talking about an awful lot over the rest of this mandate.
Call on you, Murphy.
I've got Prevlas, Can Collier and Minister, just to stay on the topic of just transition. I appreciate that you may not have seen a new EU report which notes a temporary just transition fund should be established outside the Common Agricultural Policy. Would you agree that this could be a useful precedent in your engagements with the British Government?
100%, and that's what we need to do. I'm very passionate about a just transition within agriculture, because we need to ensure that the work that we are going to carry out to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reach net zero is done fairly, and we support people in that journey, and that's why we need to be able to provide those incentives and support. I think those developments are quite useful in terms of the case I will make to DEFRA. I've made it in writing, and I'll be making it in person next week.
On Murphy for a supplementary.
Gurmi Agat, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the fact that the EU actually recognises the need for additional funding for this aspect indicates that this is not the purpose of the current agricultural budget, which currently goes to farmers. Would you agree with that?
Minister.
So what we've got is we have a earmarked amount of funding. The total amount of earmarked funding, which includes agriculture and also fisheries, is about 330 million. And that's largely resource. And what the case I'm making is we should have separate capital funding around that. Also, the case I've made is that earmarked funding, and it was guaranteed up until the end of March of next year, following our departure from the EU, that should be indexed in line with inflation going forward, and absolutely critical that takes place. One concern I do have is in relation to that earmarked funding, and you will have read media reports last week in terms of the earmarked funding within DEFRA for England and the potential for that to be reduced. I'm quite concerned in terms of how it could affect Northern Ireland, and I'm making strong representations to that effect, because if we want to improve water and air quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we do need the funding to support agri-food to travel that journey, and this is something that's absolutely key for me, and something I've engaged with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts on very recently, and also then I'll engage with the Secretary of State in London next week.
Call Donny Donnelly.
Deputy Speaker. The Minister will no doubt be aware that today is World Suicide Prevention Day, and evidence suggests that people living in rural areas have higher rates of suicide, and there are higher rates of suicide in rural-based occupations such as agriculture. So I'd like to ask the Minister to outline initiatives undertaken to support and improve mental health for people living and working in rural areas.
Minister.
Thank the member for his important question. The Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation, otherwise known as TRIPSI, framework, which has been in operation since 2016, includes initiatives which address loneliness and improve physical and mental health and well-being. The Farm Families Health Check Programme, in conjunction with the Public Health Agency and Northern Health and Social Care Trust, provides a comprehensive physical and mental health screening and advice service to farmers who visit livestock markets and for rural people who attend a range of community events which the screening vehicle attends annually across Northern Ireland. Where necessary, referrals are then made to general practitioners or appropriate support services. Further to this initiative, the Rural Support Charity, which are also funded through the TRIPSY programme, has commenced a go-to resource for farmers and their families in rural Northern Ireland whenever they have a personal and/or farm business-related crisis. Rural Support provides a range of programmes and services for farmers and farm family members in support of their farm business and personal well-being. Their objective is to reduce emotional distress and help alleviate poor mental health triggers, which they can measure through use of well-established Warwick-Edinburgh mental well-being scale, with onward referrals being made to appropriate support services as required. My department also has a long-standing funding relationship with the Young Farmers Club of Ulster, through which they promote good health and well-being for young people in rural areas of Northern Ireland. Finally, CAFRE provides a student support service accessible to all learners, which includes a focus on health and well-being.
Donny Donnelly.
Minister, and thank you for your answer. I'm sure the Minister will agree with me that these rates are far too high, even though the work is ongoing, and I'm glad to hear it is. I wonder, would he join with me in encouraging people that are experiencing suicidal thoughts to reach out to someone, whether it be a GP or Lifeline or Samaritans?
I would, and I think this is an important issue, and unfortunately I have a number of friends who took their own life through suicide. Some of that was due to the societal attitudes in Northern Ireland towards LGBT people. And I think it's important that we send out a message from this place that you're not alone, and to reach out and to speak to people to seek support.
Call Steve Aiken.
Can I ask the Minister when he's proposing to publish the Strategic Investment Board report into the TB Strategic Partnership Group, I think, which was commissioned well over a year ago?
I thank the member for his question. That report has been received. I've read it. We've shared it with former members of TPEP as far as I'm aware. I'll double check that, whether they've received it or not. And also I'm happy to share it with firstly with the ERA committee, if that would be appropriate and people would be happy. That would be the way I would share this report, but I'm happy for it to be shared.
Steve Aiken for supplementary.
Minister, you'll be aware of some of the changes in views in bovine TV that DEFRA have been coming with this as well. Is the Minister involved in any conversations, because this is indeed related to the previous answer you just gave, of where we are on bovine TV, and are we going to adopt a similar approach as DEFRA is?
Minister.
So the issue of TB is a serious issue. It causes me concern. Primarily not financial, which is a real issue in terms of the pressures upon my department, but the issue of concern it has for me is in terms of the mental health impact it has upon farmers, because when you have a TB breakdown, it is a significant impact upon what our family businesses, and we need to take action in relation to this. I'm meeting Minister McConalogue on Friday in Dublin in relation to what they're doing and what we're looking to undertake, because I commissioned the new Chief Veterinary Officer, Brian Dewar, upon taking up office in April, to undertake a quick review in terms of where we're at in that. We're approaching a point in the next number of months, hopefully October, November, where we'll announce the way forward in relation to that. I'm very cognizant of the developments that have taken place in relation to England, and I will make announcements further to this. But let me just be clear in concluding. I take this issue very, very seriously. It's important whatever we do going forward is guided by evidence and science, but also takes into account the impact this is having upon farmers across Northern Ireland.
Paul Jonathan Buckley.
Deputy Speaker, pollution of our waterways, rivers and Lough Neagh is obviously a serious issue. What is the Minister's Department's assessment when we look at all of the complex and competing issues as to the impact of slurry runoff into those rivers and Lough Neagh?
Minister.
So the issue of water quality in Northern Ireland, we all know it's quite a significant concern, and the Office of Environmental Protection have issued their comments in relation to that. There is an AFBI report around water quality, which I will share with the member around this, but approximately about a quarter of the issues in terms of poor water quality can be attributed to wastewater infrastructure, about 12% in terms of septic tanks, and about 60% in terms of agricultural runoff. We're doing further research in terms of the specific elements around Lough Neagh, but it would be my understanding that a good element of that is in terms of diffuse pollution, and what we need to do is we need to find ways to be able to tackle that, and that's why we're taking forward a number of measures which will be consulted upon as part of the Nutrients Action Programme in terms of the management of slurry, and there's some stuff that we're going to be announcing in the time ahead that from engagement with the Ulster Farmers Union and the APRA, they're very keen to see us roll out as PACE, which is sustainable utilisation of slurry. So that's one thing, what action we're taking with regards to that. The other one is in terms of LESI, which is the low emission slurry spreading equipment, and how we can actually incentivise uptake of that. So there's interventions we can take in relation to this. I also understand the concerns around planning and ammonia and how that's one of the issues that farmers have been coming to me, that they want to be able to get better ways to manage it, and that's why I have this ministerial roundtable convened so we can work through those issues.
Jonathan Buckley for supplementary.
Minister for his answer. I want to be very practical. One of the issues really affecting farmers is the inflexibility surrounding a slurry season opening on the 15th of October through to the 31st of January, with very unpredictable weather, to put it mildly, in Northern Ireland. This simply is not realistic for many farmers, putting them under huge pressure to get slurry out in sometimes very wet conditions, rather than having some flexibility and predicting better weather and better conditions on the ground. Will the Minister lobby on this issue and look into it as a genuine way of trying to reduce runoff into waterways and Lough Neagh?
So I'm aware of the issues the members outlined in terms of the closed period, and I'm going to be honest with them. In the current situation we have with regards to water quality in Northern Ireland, I cannot move towards changing that. And I don't think I would have credibility with others in society to change the closed period in this. But in terms of the interventions that I've been outlining to the members, that if we're actually to be able to take action in terms of better management of slurry, then options are available to us going forward. But at the current moment, I can't look at changing that, and I'm just going to be honest with you on that.
Call David Brooks.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And thank the Minister for his answer so far. The Minister will be aware of statistics released recently that show the number of dairy farmers in decline across the UK, with 440 farmers exiting the industry in the year preceding April 2024. Could he outline what steps he is taking to support local farmers, dairy farmers, to remain profitable and remain in the industry?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. So what you're often talking about here in Northern Ireland is family farms and businesses, and I take that issue quite seriously, and that is why the Future Farm Support Development Programme, we're rolling out packages and measures. The whole focus of that is about building resilience within the industry with the complete guide and aim of sustainable productivity, because that's where we're at in relation to this. We are engaging with people as we're rolling out those packages and measures, but I'm determined in this role as Minister to actually deliver a strong future for agriculture in Northern Ireland, and that means where we have a situation where environmental and economic sustainability go hand in hand, and that's absolutely critical that we get to that. Previous policy was about favouring intensification, and we're very clearly focused upon sustainable productivity now.
David Brooks for supplementary.
The Minister, could the Minister also outline perhaps what avenues he is supporting to ensure that young people who want to seek out a career as a primary producer have a pathway and support to get into the industry in that way?
Yeah, so this is one of the packages and measures that we're looking at as part of the Future Farm Support Development Programme, and we need to be able to get more people into the industry and to encourage them into that. My vision is that in time we have a situation where we actually have more people wanting to get in it than there is availability. There is one key issue around this, which is about land use and land use management, because we want to be able to encourage people to pass land through the generations, and that's something that we're going to explore over the time ahead.
Thank you, Minister. So that ends question time and topical questions to the Minister. So we are going to return to the debate on budgetary pressures, and I call... Oh, hold on, I need to wait on the Minister. I'm just going to take a raise until the Minister comes, okay, Nuala? Thank you, everybody. So, as I was saying, Nuala, you're next up to speak. You're winding on the motion and you've got 10 minutes to wind. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I won't take the whole 10 minutes. I'm sure everyone's delighted to know. But thank you to everyone who has contributed to the debate today. I think it's really clear and important to highlight, first of all, that there is that recognition right across the chamber and the consensus on moving forward and ensuring that we do have that block grant that we deserve here in Northern Ireland that has been rightfully overdue. I think it's important that we do all get on to the same page, and I do thank everyone for contributing in a way that we can actually build that consensus. There has been a few points and themes that are recurring right across the debate, and I just want to touch on a few of these before we close and move to the votes today. And just to be perfectly clear and reiterate what many people have said, it is our view in Alliance, shared by many others, that austerity is not about saving money, it's not necessary, it's not about being fiscally responsible. It is a damaging, poverty-inflicting political choice, and it is through that policy that has resulted in the ever-increasing budgetary pressures that are currently facing the executive. We had hoped that perhaps the time had come that we would be moving beyond the measures of austerity, but unfortunately, as we have recently heard, and the Minister did highlight again through engagements with the UK Government and the implementation or the removal of the winter fuel payments from a majority of pensioners within the UK, that is not to be the case with this new government. However, that does not mean that we, as an Assembly or an Executive, need to give up and ensure that we need to give up, but instead we need to ensure that actually we do not lose course now, that we add further fuel and holding the government's feet to the fire on these issues. I want to touch for a moment on the issue of health and education. I think the majority of members that contributed to the debate did discuss health and education, in particular around the issue of transformation. Just to highlight about health in particular, there was a lot of mention through every health debate that we have around Bengoa and this issue of transformation, but unfortunately it is an aspect that many political parties simply pay lip service to. And we are well beyond that time. We need to ensure that what we do is true transformation. It's about ensuring that we use our resources in the most cost-effective way that actually saves lives. It's about early intervention, prevention, before it is too late for many people. And when it comes to education as well, I would like to touch on the fact that we simply mentioned the issue of the 250,000 spent on these electronic pouches that switch off phones or whatever, because it's a pilot project. And surely a pilot project means that the Minister intends to roll it out to all schools at some point, wasting, I think, is it 25 million in my calculation? So it's not just about 250,000. We need to get real when we talk about transformation. We need to actually recognise that we need to put the money there to ensure that it is done for the long term. There was a lot of discussion again around working collaboratively right across the departments to ensure that this happens. Indeed, I touched on it in my speech yesterday regarding policing and the element that has interdependence with health. This is just one aspect, but this is across all of the departments here. We need to ensure that we all work together so that money isn't wasted or duplicated across departments. And that issue of duplication brings me on to another theme that was mentioned, and that is the cost of division. And I do want to respond to the Leader of the Opposition comments around the fact that the cost of division is not within the programme for government. But surely the Leader of the Opposition will recognise that that is a four-party programme for government. And I would also note that the Opposition's plan for change did not reflect the cost of division in it within themselves, and you are an opposition of just one party. I think we need to be realistic that we will not simply get everything that we need within the programme for government, but our party is not a party of quitters, and we will consistently raise the issue of tackling the cost of division. It is important that we do so. It's financially responsible that we do so, but we also owe it to the many people out there who see this division right across society. I want to thank the Minister in particular for coming to the Chamber today and welcome the work that the Minister has been doing regarding ensuring that that engagement with the UK Treasury is an ongoing basis. I think the relationships there are becoming more positive than what they were with the previous government, but just to highlight again some of the points that the Minister made, particularly around departments ensuring that they live within their budget. I think it yeah, sure.
On the need to keep putting pressure on the Treasury. Would you agree with me, and would you urge the Speaker, the Finance Minister, to put some pressure on the Irish Government, who have succumbed to £13 billion as a result of Apple's non-paying of tax? Does she think that would go some way towards funding some of these gaps that we have in our public services?
Yes, sorry, I didn't. I'm sorry, I missed the last end of your statement. But I would agree that ensure we have to work together with the Republic of Ireland government, because it's important that we make sure that any money that is spent on a shared island basis is done so in a cost-effective way. I didn't quite catch the end of your statement, but I will move on because I have a few to answer. But I hope the member does recognise that actually, when it does come to tackling the inefficiencies of our system, did tackle the reasons as to why we don't have the budget settlement, that it's about options, it's about how we can actually move forward and the choices that we have put in front of us. And I was going to move on to some of the members' points that the member did make around the fact that austerity has hurt people in Northern Ireland, because I absolutely agree with the member that it has hurt people here in Northern Ireland. But the reality is that departments do need to live within their budgets. Otherwise, as the Minister said, we would be repaying back the £550 million that the previous government had written off. So whilst we would like to step forward and say at every opportunity that we will not do X, Y and Z, we want to implement absolutely everything that is on every party's wish list, we just simply can't right now. But until we get that proper settlement from the UK Treasury and the UK government, we're going to be coming back to this, and that's why it's so important that we all speak from the same platform. We all need to ensure that we work collectively, whether we are part of the executive or not. The onus is on us all, because it's for every citizen of Northern Ireland. Because you cannot cut when everything else has been continuously cut time and again. You cannot keep making cuts where there's nothing left to cut. So I want to highlight that I welcome the Minister's contribution to the debate. I also welcome the contributions and highlight again that we will not be supporting the amendment from the DUP, specifically because it does remove that cost of division element, and also highlight that I think one of the members had mentioned around the retrospective need of the base being baseline and retrospective. We do support that as well, but it's specifically around the issue of removing the cost of division. We can't simply do that. We in Alliance will always call for the shared future and ensuring that there is that transformation in society, and one of those elements is tackling the cost of division. Thank you everyone for contributing to the debate, and hopefully that we can continue to build consensus around ensuring that we have a fair and appropriate settlement for the entirety of Northern Ireland.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment number 2, standing in the names of Paul Frew and Diane Forsyth, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? No. Clear the lobbies. We'll put the question in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Okay, the question is that Amendment 2, standing in the name of Paul Frew and Diane Forsyth, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? Do with tellers? Do with tellers. Okay, the tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Paul Frew and Diane Forsyth, and tellers for the noes are Michelle Guy and Andrew McMurray. So clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, members.
Secure the doors.
Secure the doors.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, members. Members, order. Cunis Hall. Clerk, please read the motion.
74 members voted, 50 members voted aye, 24 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Okay, we can unfasten the doors. So the next question for us is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, can you just take your ease until we change the personnel at the top table? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, please. The next item of business is the motion on late payments in the public sector. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly believes businesses and traders who supply goods and services to the public sector should be paid on time and in full, recognises that late payments can negatively impact cash flow and cause undue stress for business owners and their employees. Notes with concern the findings of research published by the Federation of Small Businesses in 2023, which found that 56% of small business owners and the self-employed in Northern Ireland had experienced late payment in the last 3 months. Further notes that Northern Ireland was jointly the worst affected region, is concerned that the reasons for late public sector payments generally remain unreported, highlights the need for enhanced reporting by all public bodies in order to improve accountability in this area, calls on the Minister of Finance to introduce a new executive target for payment of at least 90% of invoices within 5 days for work completed, and further calls on the Minister to work with executive colleagues to agree fresh measures to ensure 100% of valid invoices are paid within the 30 calendar day statutory limit.
Call on Paul Frew to move the motion.
Moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Paul, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local businesses play an integral role in the delivery of frontline public services in Northern Ireland through the provision of goods and services. They ought to be recognised and valued rather than exploited. Late payment has a serious impact on cash flow among businesses in Northern Ireland and disproportionately impacts small and medium-sized firms. Coupled with high interest rates, the knock-on effect, loans and credit, as well as rising input costs, it is an inescapable fact that the failure to pay small businesses on time and in full is putting many to the wall. Previous research has found that twice as many small businesses have less than 3 months of cash reserves compared to larger firms, and therefore have less of a cushion to absorb disruption to cash flow. We know from research carried out by the FSB and other organisations that close to 250,000 public sector invoices were not paid within the legal requirement of 30 calendar days in 21-22. That spans a variety of sectors and professions. We know, for instance, that barristers took industrial action last November because of delays in paying legal aid. Just one example, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to short-term experience of late payment among small business owners and the self-employed, Northern Ireland is jointly the worst region affected in the United Kingdom. That is not a defensible or credible position. Increasingly, there is a concern that delays in payment are being utilised as informal policy to ease cash flow problems within departments and public bodies. Given the precarious state of the public finances, any such approach is totally and utterly unacceptable. Governments aren't businesses. Sometimes I wish they would operate better as a business, but they are crucifying our small businesses by the fact that they will not pay in time. It is not enough for departments to publish the rate of late payments within their remit. We need to know the reasons for that so that future interventions to address the problem are informed, fair and effective. We need to dig deep into the psyche of our departments. Resistance to addressing this challenge has far-reaching impacts well beyond the viability of individual businesses and the health and well-being of those traders impacted. A late payment culture has a negative impact on the willingness of local firms to engage in future tendering and procurement processes.
That means ratepayers potentially lose out on benefiting from the best possible bang for their buck and the most effective and efficient approach to a service. If we are serious about investing in public services that are fit for purpose, the Minister of Finance needs to deliver on the expectation of prompt payment. There should be a rapid review of current targets and reporting requirements in order to refresh the Executive's approach and ensure there is a clear impetus towards pursuing more effective performance in this area. As part of this process, the DUP believes the Department of Finance should engage intensively with the FSB to progress the recommendations from their Never Better Late working paper. The UK Government previously revised their prompt payment target for government buyers to 90% of undisputed and valid invoices from small and medium-sized enterprises within 5 days from the previous 10-day threshold. The Minister should look to replicate this step in Northern Ireland in order to instil confidence within the business community that the Executive is serious in increasing its ambition in this crucial area. And I would go as far to say, Mr. Speaker, that there should be legislative change in order to force departments into prompt payment much more rigorous than what the departments enjoy hither. In my working experience, Mr. Speaker, as an electrician in the construction industry, an industry that has been dogged by late payments, some of the companies that I have worked for no longer exist because companies withheld payments. And cash flow is king. And if you're sitting on reserves of only 3 months and you have been rewarded or awarded this massive contract, you think you're getting bigger. But if that massive contract doesn't pay out in time, you are in trouble. And for so many companies, the trend now and the practice is this: we will not grow. We will not get bigger. We will not go after those big contracts because the dangers and the risks associated with late payment for the bigger contracts is just too much to take. They just will not do it. So a lot of our companies that could be thriving and striving stay small deliberately. That is the opposite of what government is trying to create. Is it not perverse that a department in this place would sponsor an organisation like InvestNI to create jobs, but yet the same government withholds payment to some of those same companies? It's perverse. So you either support business, and you say you support business, and you do it. And one small change in the way we pay companies who provide a service could make all the difference. Before you even put any money into the budget line of InvestNI. So why aren't we doing it? Why are we withholding payments? And if we find that departments are doing this to assuage their pressures around budgetary requirements, then that is something really important. And we must get to the bottom of this. This Assembly must investigate this thoroughly to ensure that those practices that shouldn't happen don't happen. But I fear they do, Mr. Speaker. I fear somewhere along the line government departments are withholding payments, not because of test at work or testing work or whatever, but because it's better sitting in their accounts or their coffers for a wee while longer than going out into that public sector. And it's crucifying businesses. And we are losing jobs. And we are losing livelihoods. And we are putting companies to the wall. Not because of the volatile nature of business, not because of the environment these people work in and operate in and sell in, but because of government. Because of government destroying these businesses. I can't tolerate that, Mr. Speaker. I can't abide by that if that is the practice that is happening. I come from the private sector. I come from the real world. And this place can have an impact on the real world. Will it be a good impact, or will it be a negative impact? And late payments for people who have provided service is despicable. It's absolutely despicable. But yet that's what we're experiencing. Why is that the case? I can't think of one valid excuse why departments cannot pay on time for work that has been completed. It doesn't make sense to me. My mind will not allow it to compute. So whilst I always say that government should be more like business, I would just like to see them supporting business in this area. And so far, the practices and the legacy is a shameful one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call on David Hungerford to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. David.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just to declare an interest at the start, it's on my declaration as a member of the Federation of Small Business. It's not often I stand here and thank the DUP for bringing forward a motion and for Paul and Diane, but I want to thank them today. And Paul said about engaging and people not engaging with the Federation. It's a pity they didn't engage with the Federation before they brought this motion, and we could have tightened it a little bit stronger. I've been working on a small business private members bill on this issue for quite some time. And so this debate is absolutely perfectly timed, because I thank the Minister for being here today, but I'm meeting the Minister tomorrow, and it's great to have the view of the House here, and I thank her for being here to listen to the views. I also quickly want to thank Neil from the Federation of Small Business for all the help and support that he has given me through engagement to bring us and the evidence and the base to try and see what we can do in this place to get results. And the Federation have been brilliant at helping with that, so I want to thank that. I come, Paul said, from an electrician background. I come from a small business background as well. I'm passionate about creating jobs, about creating opportunities for our economy to grow, supporting our business community, creating the conditions and opening opportunities to enable them to scale and to grow further. And I'm passionate about this issue that we are debating today. I started my first business when I was 20. And before I came to this assembly, I loved the cut and thrust of small business, the people that you meet along the way, the thrill of working on a new contract or negotiating around price, winning, losing, debating and developing new ideas and products. But the downside of every small business in Northern Ireland and elsewhere is cash flow and getting paid. I've been there and I've lived it. The Monday morning checking your bank account, looking to see what needs paid that week and what salaries have to go out that Friday is the routine of every small business in Northern Ireland. As your business grows, those numbers grow and they get greater. And so does the amount that you've invoiced out and the amount you're waiting back, and thus the pressure on you. Quite often people have signed indemnities on their houses and everything else to guarantee payments, and all that pressure mounts on people. Most small businesses here also don't have accounts departments. So when you spend time in your working week trying to chase money backwards of work that's completed rather than looking forwards at work you need to do, it's time wasted and stress that is caused. But when it's coming from the public sector, it is so not necessary. Your headspace should be focused on growing your business, developing the business, and getting new business and increasing jobs in our society, not distracted by the pressure of cash flow. Simply, the public sector should not be adding to that burden. When money is there, it's allocated and it's waiting to be paid. The job's completed. The public sector should be helping business with cash flow by paying them quickly. It's our role in this assembly to set the scene, to create the pitch for others to play, to be the gardener who creates the conditions. A gardener doesn't actually grow the plants, but it removes the weeds. It tends the soil and fertilises and waters the plants. The better conditions and the better the conditions that are created, the better the plants grow all by themselves. And thus, as that analogy is what I wanted to use as what we should be doing for our economy here, and with this issue of prompt payment. Our self-employed and small business owner will grow their own business all by themselves. But it's our role to create the very best conditions to help them and to assist them, to give them the best opportunities, to give them advantage for local companies and people that work here. The Alliance Party will always prioritise growing our economy, creating new green jobs, and creating skilled and export opportunities and the benefits that flow from that. But every business can be stretched with their cash flow. When payment of invoices is delayed in or slow coming, so therefore you struggle to pay out the other side your own invoices and accounts. But again, the public sector shouldn't be adding to that problem. And we can help business by providing a positive cash flow position. The reason for the amendment is to strengthen and widen, to reflect on what's actually happening and the problem that's out there. This has to include all of the public sector. It has to include local government and the arm's length bodies like EA and Housing Executive, just to name two. But there's three areas that I'm looking at in my PMP to cover, aimed to transform the situation. Firstly, it's absolutely vital that all procurement contracts include in the terms and conditions down the supply chain, not just the main supplier of the tender, but their subcontractors as well. A company that wins a government contract should be paid quickly, but also the terms of awarding that contract should include in the procurement contract to implement that the main contractor must include and pay their subcontractors also within the same terms and conditions. That condition is legislated within the UK Procurement Act 2023, but we are not seeing that bear out in practice. The days of the main contractor and government contracts getting paid in 30 days or less, but taking 90 days and 120 days to actually pay the people that supply the work, this has got to end. To give an example, I spoke to him this morning, again, just to follow up to say what I was saying here. Last summer I dealt with a constituent of mine, and he owns a small business, who worked for, and in his case it was the Housing Executive. He had 6 employees. The main contractor who held the Housing Executive contract, the main contractor was getting paid quickly in that 30-day period, but my constituent was waiting 90 days to be paid. Basically, the main contractor was cash flowing their business at the expense of the very people who were doing the work. When the main contractor went into administration, my constituent carried the can for 4 months of work that wasn't paid for, and he is not alone, and he's not on his own. And this has been repeated specifically within the Housing Executive contracts over a period of time. The job insecurity that brings to local people, getting up every morning and working hard, the heartache and the worry that it brings to the small business owner, and ultimately, this guy lost his business. And this has got to stop. How many large contractors working in government contracts have done just that and taken the self-employed and the little guy out? So just to note 2 other items in my PMB when I'm here that I didn't add in the amendment, but I just want to reference. As I said, the public sector invoices are paid within a legal time frame of 30 calendar days. But secondly, if public sector invoices are not paid within the legal time rate of 30 calendar days, and there's no dispute on that invoice raised, there's interest payments that are automatically applied. Current legislation from Late Payments of Commercial Debts Act 1998 allows supplier to add interest. In practice, this never happens. With concern of losing further orders, and once you're in and worked for a month, and then it's 2 months, and then it's 3 months, and you've paid your staff, and you've paid your vehicle costs, and you've paid your insurance, you've paid your suppliers, small businesses become completely dependent on the main contractor, and they are completely trapped under what the main contractor does. That has got to end. So I want to see, and I want to look at swapping that around, that making the interest payment compulsory, so from the public sector, so that it would automatically be paid with a late payment if the payment is delayed. And I think that will stop it ever happening again. So the invoice would be paid plus the interest if it is delayed on the fault of the public sector. And finally, the final point is for the public sector prompt payment data to be properly recorded and published. Implementing those 3 points, and I think you'll start to solve the issue and payments will flow to our small business. I trust that everybody can support the motion and the amendment we put forward, and I trust you agree that it strengthens it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call on Deirdre Hargey.
Pleased also to be able to speak on this motion today. It's vitally important that our businesses and traders are paid promptly and in full when working both with the public and private sectors. And government, of course, has a duty to set an example on this to all industries by ensuring that invoices are paid as soon as possible. Prompt payment of invoices is particularly important when working with small businesses in order to ensure that they can maintain their proper cash flow and in order, importantly, to pay their employees and suppliers. Previous Finance Minister Conor Murphy provided an important intervention in this regard when, during COVID, he instructed all government departments to continue paying suppliers who provide goods and services for which the demand had reduced or had been paused temporarily. Our small businesses are, of course, the backbone of our economy, crucially along with the role of labour and, importantly, our workers. And proper and prompt payment is, at the very least, what we should expect for the services that they provide. Minister Kiva Archibald has been working closely with the Federation of Small Businesses to ensure that this is the case. And indeed, the Federation has been quick to thank the Minister and her officials for the work that she has done on this issue. While there's always room for improvement, it's worth noting that the executive departments are largely meeting their payment time frames, and payments are being made much quicker than compared to those coming from trusts, arm's-length bodies, councils or other agencies. And indeed, central government is performing well in paying invoices on time. And I know we need to obviously focus on areas of improvement, but let's not forget the contribution that those services and procurements actually contribute to society and to our economy and to those small businesses. Annually, we procure over $3 billion in local services, where that money is going directly into those businesses, to the supply chains. Importantly, it's actually recruiting workers within our workforce as well. And that is adding to infrastructure, training investment, and importantly, if we can do more to align this to social value, what role can the bedrock of our economy play in doing more and lifting up all people within our economy, and not forgetting that it's actually the economy should be working for people rather than just necessarily the people working for the economy as well. But that doesn't mean that we should be complacent, and setting these targets can only increase the accountability and act as a signal for other industries that they should do the same. So I commend the Minister for the work that she's been doing on this so far, the engagement that she's been having with key stakeholders, and particularly those relating to our small businesses, and I indeed support this motion.
Thank you. We're going to call on Colin Crawford, and Colin Crawford is his first opportunity to speak as a private member. I would remind the House that it's a convention that a maiden inaugural speech is made without interruption. I call on you, Colin. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I stand to give this maiden speech today, I do so with a mixture of excitement, fear, humility, and a pair of knocking knees and shaky hands. Firstly, I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Mr. Robin Swan, MP. Since being elected to this place back in May 2011, Robin has served the constituents of North Antrim consistently with a steadfast determination and loyalty. There is no doubt I have big shoes to fill, or not so big. I would like to wish Robin well as he takes up his new role in Westminster, and wish him, his wife and his 2 kids God's richest and warmest blessings for the future. Mr. Speaker, over these past few weeks there have been many reports and much speculation on the new Ulster Unionist MLA for North Antrim. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Colin Crawford. I'm a proud Ballymena man through and through. Born and raised in Harryville, I would like to make special mention of my two amazing parents. Parents who have made many, countless sacrifices along the way to help shape the man I am today. I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank my mum and dad, family and friends for all their continued encouragement and support, particularly over these last number of weeks. Before coming to Stormont, I previously worked for Northern Ireland's foremost bus builder, Wrightbus, and prior to that, Fermanagh Energy, and I bring with me a real-life experience of the voluntary and community sector. Although only 39, I kid you not, and some may think inexperienced, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the amazing constituents of North Antrim that I am 100% focused and dedicated on representing them as their Ulster Unionist MLA, and I look forward to meeting as many of them as possible over the weeks and months to come. Mr. Speaker, small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, are crucial to the Northern Ireland economy, as I know they play a vital part in the supply chain of large manufacturers such as Wrightbus and are crucial to our voluntary and community sector. Late payment of invoices is a major source of unnecessary stress for those trying to operate such businesses. Late payment often causes a ripple effect down the supply chain, amplifying the problem. The Ulster Unionist Party, as per their local government manifesto in 2023, commit to acting to ensure public sector organisations such as schools, hospitals and government departments pay their bills promptly to alleviate such stress. We must be very clear in saying to government suppliers that they must pay their supply chain on time or face losing future government contracts. It's only right that we say to the public sector that they must lead by example and make sure their suppliers are paid on time. The difference between waiting 60 days and having to wait 90 days can be make or break for many small companies, so it's vital that both the private and the public sector work better in this area. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to support this motion on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin, and thank you very much indeed for making your maiden speech. Sinead McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I add my congratulations to you on making your maiden speech here in this House, and hopefully we'll hear from you many more times during this mandate. Mr. Speaker, the issue of late payments to small businesses is vitally important. It has been said many times that our small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy and the backbone of our high streets. In Derry and across the north, small businesses create and generate wealth that keeps our towns and cities moving, providing crucial employment and opportunities and driving economic progress. We are a small business economy, and today is a chance to reaffirm that. Those businesses have faced enormous challenges in the past few years, from the uncertainty of Brexit, the shock of COVID and the cost of doing business crisis. They have weathered the perfect storm over recent years. In the middle of all those challenges, we also know that businesses face a set of issues that have gone unaddressed for far, far too long, including the issue of late payments. The Federation of Small Businesses has outlined the scale of that challenge in recent years, and Neil and his team have told us that small businesses have been impacted by late payments, businesses who have ran into cash flow difficulties, businesses that have been absolutely pushed into taking on debt, and businesses that have been put out of business altogether. I am really familiar with all of these issues. As a previous CEO of the Chamber of Commerce in Derry, I positively campaigned to support good payment practices from business to business, but also to highlight the importance of responsible and sustainable payment practices within the public sector. Unfortunately, we have never been able to achieve the ambition of cancelling those late payments. And I've also seen firsthand the huge toll of late payments and what it can and how it can impact those running small businesses, from significant stress and worry about loss of livelihoods. And this isn't just a pressing issue for our economy. It is a real mental health challenge for those dedicated entrepreneurs that should be able to focus in running of their businesses free from this stress. But literally, this keeps people awake at night and overcomes them in relation to their business, not allowing for them to be innovative and creative because they are consumed about where their payments are coming from. And this is no means a problem that is unique to Northern Ireland, but we should be absolutely clear that there is no excuse for the scale of late payments that we currently see in our economy here. As the FSB has previously argued, while it may be more difficult to solve this issue in the private sector, it is totally not acceptable whatsoever for government to pay so late. From government departments, from health and social care, trusts and indeed councils, throughout the public services, there's simply too much evidence of payments not being made in time, and as other speakers have already outlined, the scale and depth of that impact. In the year 21-22, almost 250,000 of invoices were not paid on time inside the public sector legal requirement of 30 days. And while specific data for Northern Ireland is indeed limited, data across the UK suggests that the entire economy could be boosted to around £2.5 billion every year if small businesses were promptly paid. I hope the Executive can at long last tackle this challenge for the benefit of our small businesses and indeed for the benefit of the economy, and I would fully support legislation to be introduced by the Executive at the earliest opportunity, and indeed I'd be very supportive of a private member's bill as outlined today by David Honeyford. I really think that we need to support our small businesses on this issue, and like many others I would call the Executive to do so. I would also like to see plans produced by public bodies on how they will meet the legal obligations placed upon them. And this is the very least we can do, and it's the very least that businesses actually deserve. Today is a chance for us to make that case and to call on the Executive to make the changes that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. Colin Joanne Bunting.
Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to colleagues for bringing forward this motion and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. I wish to bring forward a matter relating to this topic, which has been raised with members of the Justice Committee. As part of our induction into all things justice, the committee heard from a number of directorates within the department and various stakeholders from within the Justice family. In the course of these sessions, we heard evidence from the Law Society and Bar Council, who stated that the department takes between 12 and 16 weeks to make legal aid payments for work already completed. Evidence from the department naturally outlined the existing financial pressures, and as part of that discussion on the legal aid issue, officials indicated that this time frame was necessary and indeed was being used as a budget management tool. In briefings prior to the restoration of the Assembly, Justice spokespersons had been advised that at various times the department was having to eye a 6-month time frame for payments, again as a result of demand, pressures and for the purposes of managing the budget. The Law Society and the Bar Council were very clear about the impact of such delayed payments. The Law Society cited that it can have massive consequences for their cash flow, particularly for small businesses, which most solicitors' firms are. Such delays can literally be the difference between a firm remaining open or having to close its doors, resulting in unemployment in local areas, further vacant premises on our high streets, and this is not just a city problem, it is also widely felt in rural communities. Likewise, evidence we received from the Bar Council indicated that delays in payment had resulted in numerous barristers leaving the profession entirely, particularly younger women. The problem is compounded because payment rates for work have not been reviewed for decades. And as a result of this area of law being so unprofitable, many firms no longer do legal aid work at all. Hence, very few students, wish to enter this area of legal aid law because it's not well paid and the hours are extremely antisocial. Moreover, even when there are willing students, most of these firms do not have the resources to take apprentices from the institute because they can't afford to pay them. And unless people have a placement, they're not accepted into the institute. Thus, the future of legal aid representation in Northern Ireland in the long term hangs in the balance. Traditionally, this House has not had much sympathy for the profession or some of the expenditure on legal aid, and some of that criticism is certainly justified, but not all. We ought not to forget the bigger picture. This is an access to justice issue. Closed doors on legal aid firms means it's all the more difficult for the public to access justice, for our constituents to access justice. And remember, it's our constituents who avail of these services, and those who are in receipt of it are entitled to it. Every facet of their lives is inspected before approval is granted, because it's means tested, and even the thresholds for that have not kept pace with wages, thus excluding many who work but are still on the breadline. Considerable resources are brought to bear to secure prosecutions, but the fundamental tenet of justice is also that everybody is entitled to legal representation and a defence where applicable. We are sleepwalking our way into a position where people will no longer be able to access help by way of legal representation. Delayed payments are not the totality of the problem for the legal profession, but they certainly have serious outcomes and can make a bad situation infinitely worse. The issue for us in this House is that it's not just about the odd legal firm disappearing. From the Department's perspective, it uses the delays as a management tool to assist budgeting, but the results are jeopardy for others. 12 weeks is inordinate, and given the delays in the system itself, often for work already undertaken up to a year previously. In no other sector would this be acceptable, but then lawyers are just above politicians on the popularity scale. The consequences here are not just for lawyers, though. They're for our justice system in Northern Ireland. The fundamental principles of access to justice and our right to legal representation. Doubtless the sector will appreciate this motion, but in the grand scheme, so should we all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Minister, I call on you and you have 15 minutes. Minister.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this issue today, as it shines a light on an incredibly important matter. Small and micro businesses, as many people have reflected, are the heart of our local economy. It's therefore incumbent on all of us to do what we can to support these businesses. I also fully recognise the difficulties that are caused by delays in promptly paying suppliers, particularly for small businesses and micro businesses who play that really important part in supporting the local economy. Many small businesses, as has been reflected, have limited cash flow, and undue delays in paying invoices can have a devastating impact on the survival of these businesses and on their employees. I am pleased to confirm that the current public contract regulations, which apply to all public bodies here, including local councils, already require that payments to contractors are made no later than 30 days from a valid, undisputed invoice. These regulations also require that contractors pay their subcontractors within 30 days, and that these requirements are included in all further subcontracts in the supply chain. The new procurement regulations due to come into force shortly also incorporates these requirements. The Executive has a prompt payment target whereby departments aim to pay valid and undisputed invoices within 10 days of receipt and no later than 30 days. I would encourage all ministers to require their non-departmental policy bodies to implement this policy. I would add that while the Executive has no authority over local councils, I would encourage the Minister for Communities to work with the local council networks to improve the payment practices in this area, given the number of micro businesses providing goods and services to local councils. In terms of my own department's responsibilities, the Finance Shared Services provide transactional processing and reporting, including making payments to suppliers on behalf of central government. In the last financial year, the Finance Shared Service processed over 807,000 payments totalling approximately £4 billion. During that year, 91% of valid invoices were paid within 10 days of receipt, and 97% of valid invoices were paid within 30 days. This strong record of prompt payment has been maintained throughout this year, and I committed to ensuring that central government leads by example and continues to drive up performance. Unfortunately, the level of performance across the public sector varies greatly, with a number of areas requiring immediate attention to improve their performance. I strongly urge all public and private sector organisations to adhere to this best practice, and where their performance falls short, take immediate action to make the necessary improvements. I am meeting with the Local Government Partnership Panel next week and have already requested that the prompt payment performance be a key matter for discussion. In addition, my officials have been engaging with the Federation of Small Businesses to share learning and discuss prompt payment performance and reporting. And I will be meeting with the Federation tomorrow, as Mr Honeyford mentioned, to discuss how best we drive up performance and improve reporting across the public sector. It is important there is transparency around prompt payment performance and reporting on the reasons for delay. The private member's motion references 56% of small business owners and the self-employed experiencing late payments within the last 3 months. The data supporting this does not relate exclusively to the public sector, and I urge all private sector businesses to also promptly pay their suppliers, particularly those within their supply chains. I would suggest that resources are concentrated on improving the current 10-day target, with the aim of moving to a 5-day target when this has been achieved, and is dependent on transaction and resources implications. But I am also calling on all sectors, both public and private, to recognise the challenges that businesses face, the importance of cash flow to them, both to them and their employees, and to immediately address any shortfall in the prompt payment of their suppliers. I strongly believe that payment performance in the public sector will only improve if we strengthen the monitoring of prompt payment targets, and I plan to bring a refreshed public procurement policy statement to the Executive, which will include a requirement for public bodies to report on their prompt payment performance. This additional transparency will improve accountability and maintain the appropriate level of scrutiny and focus on this important matter. In my role as Finance Minister, I will continue to advocate for the prompt payment of our small and medium enterprises for the goods and services they provide, and for central government to lead by example.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call now on Kate Nicholl, and Kate, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I just want to start by congratulating the new member of North Antrim for an excellent maiden speech, and I look forward to further contributions in this House. My job is to wind on the Alliance amendment to this motion on late payments in the public sector. We know that cash flow is crucial when it comes to the survival of small and medium-sized businesses, but it's also really important for growth, allowing businesses to reinvest back into their businesses and make an even bigger contribution to the economy as a whole. In March 2023, 89% of businesses in Northern Ireland were micro-businesses with fewer than 10 employees, and just over 2% of businesses had 50 or more employees. 4 in 10 businesses in Northern Ireland had a turnover of less than £100,000, while just over 1 in 10 had a turnover in excess of £1 million. Given that micro and small businesses are the backbone of our economy, as Deirdre said, they also hold the key to growing our economy, something we need in order to deliver greater prosperity for all our people. We know that public sector bodies only procure when the funding is in place, so it's fair to assume that the issue with late payments is largely administrative. FSB research found in the year 2021-2022 more than 234,000 invoices were not paid were not paid on the time inside the public sector legal requirement of 30 calendar days. This is particularly frustrating for businesses who will tell you the impact that late payments have on their ability to trade, on their confidence in engaging with public procurement, and in more extreme cases, it can even lead to insolvencies and impact on their mental health. All will say that it results in wasted time and constrained growth. Therefore, given the importance business has to our economy and given the impact prompt payment could have in supporting local business and their ability to grow, it's regrettable more focus hasn't been put on this. It's why my colleague David Honeyford has private members' legislation in development on this. Money owed by public bodies to businesses within our economy should be going back into the economy as quickly as possible, not resting in government accounts. There is also the issue in the public sector around the inconsistency of payment data. Sometimes that's unavailable despite requirements to publish and explain performance. David mentioned this as well, but without data we cannot understand more about why and how late payments from public sector are occurring. And this data could also tell us more about payment practices through the supply chain, which is, as he highlighted, also an issue. I think we all agree that the current statistics are unsustainable. We agree that more needs to be done. The Alliance Amendment intends to strengthen and widen the motion to include other departments, arm's-length bodies and agencies. It provides target for payment of at least 90% of invoices within 5 days of work completed and calls the ministers to work together to agree fresh measures to ensure 100% of valid invoices are paid within 30 calendar day statutory limit, with the same prompt payment requirements for subcontractors and suppliers, something which is enshrined in terms of all public sector procurement. And I welcome the Minister's comments and the fact that her department is taking this so seriously. Running a business is stressful at the best of times, and I love David's analogy on growth and creating the conditions. I thought that was very powerful. Government and other public bodies should be supporting businesses to ease those stresses, not exacerbating them with late payments. So I hope members will support our amendment and will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. And I now call... I now call on Diane Forsyth, and you have 10 minutes, Diane. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank everyone who contributed here today, and I echo all points made at the beginning by my colleague Paul Frew. As an accountant who has worked across private sector and the voluntary and community sector, I have lived and breathed the impact of this issue, and I'm acutely aware of the extreme pressures late payment of invoices has on operational cash flow. And it's bad enough whenever this is within the private sector, but when it is our government who are late paying invoices to our small and micro businesses, it is absolutely unacceptable. And to put this further into context, it hasn't been widely spoken on today. It's generally standard practice in government awarded contracts to the private sector that the service provider will be out of pocket for the cost of their staff salaries and their supplies in order to deliver the work under these contracts, and they will invoice in arrears after a number of months to receive the money back. So businesses are already well out of pocket, tens and hundreds of thousands of pounds before the invoice is issued for the government to pay them. So this already pushes many small and micro-sized businesses out of the market, as they do not have the reserves or overdraft facility to allow them to bid for the work. Then, when these businesses are significantly out of pocket and invoiced they have to wait a further 30 days for a target payment by government. It puts even more pressure on them. And then, for government to miss the 30-day target, it is just horrific for these businesses, especially when it is often only on a technicality. This is putting people out of business. And the reputation of government in paying this way spreads, and many small businesses and voluntary community sector organisations then stay away from bidding for these contracts because they have seen what happened to others. Then the consequence for our government procurement system is, with less competitors able to bid for these contracts, we see less value for money in the awards. This is unacceptable, and we need to see an end to this culture and appreciate the impact that it is having. We support this amendment as we want to see all public sector bodies taking this approach, although we recognise the problem that the Finance Minister faces in control with regard to local government, but appreciate her commitment on this issue. Thanks to David Honeyford for his contribution, and we look forward to his private member's bill coming forward on this. Deirdre Hargey welcomed the Finance Minister's work to date with the FSB, and I would echo that thanks. It's good to see our Finance Minister's commitment on this. Colin Crawford, congratulations on your maiden speak, and I'd like to welcome you to the Chamber. It's great to see you here. You spoke of the ripple effect of late payment on other bodies and companies and how the public sector should lead by example. Sinead McLaughlin spoke strongly on how we should take today as a chance to reaffirm that Northern Ireland is a small business economy and do what we can to emphasise and support that.
My colleague Joanne Bunting raised the very specific issue of legal aid, which is a very important issue with regard to evidence brought to Justice Committee. And it shocked me to know the detail of some of this, with 12 to 16 weeks to make legal aid payments for services provided a year prior. It's just unacceptable. And the evidence from the Law Society and Bar Council saying how this is putting people out of business and costing Northern Ireland their provision of legal aid and putting our justice system at risk really brings to light the wider impact of this. And I thank our Finance Minister for coming to respond to our motion today, and I welcome her commitment across this. I look forward to seeing the new procurement regulations coming forward through Finance Committee, and again, I'm just grateful to see her engagement with the FSB on this issue. I just also want to reiterate the point I made with regard to the shared service data, where the percentages that are getting paid within targets do look relatively high, but what is not captured are those businesses who are not doing business with the public sector because they have either been priced out, they don't have capacity, and they've had a loss of confidence through the past payment of their services, and they do not engage currently. So we believe that the government bodies should be paying their invoices on time and in full, if not early, where even possible. And we support the Minister in any action that she would take to take this forward. So let us be professional, ambitious and prudent in this. Support our local businesses and their employees in passing this motion today.
Thank you, Diane. And apologies for getting the name wrong. It's not like me. Okay, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of David Hungerford, Kate Nicholl, Owen Tennyson and Michelle Guy be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, I've given leave to Ian Murphy to raise the matter of access to rural GP services in Fermanagh. Let me know when you're ready. Take your seats, please. Thank you. Just to remind you again, we're talking about rural GP services in Fermanagh. Anya, can I call on you, and you have up to 15 minutes, please.
Gurmiagat Las Cancollion and Gurmiagat to the Minister for coming to the Chamber this evening to take part in this debate. And I want to take this opportunity to raise an issue that has become one of the most important within my community in recent years and months. As we all are acutely aware, GP access in Fermanagh has become very difficult. I know that many practices in the north are at breaking point. However, the current state of GP practice capacity, especially in rural Fermanagh, is a crisis point. My own GP practice, Lisonsky Medical Centre, has approximately 14,000 patients, which makes it one of the largest practices in the north at the minute. The issues faced by the practice are well rehearsed and resulted in a contract handback in 2022. The lack of GP provision, coupled with increased patient lists, has resulted in demand outstripping supply in relation to GP appointments. The lack of appointments has led to patients and staff becoming increasingly frustrated. Patient and staff frustrations have only continued to grow, and a meaningful intervention to assist them with the difficulties they are experiencing are required without delay. Both the patients and staff of Lissenskey Medical Centre deserve better than this, and so do patients in any rural practice. Patients rightly deserve a service that means they can get a GP appointment when they need one, and staff deserve an adequate plan to stabilise GP services and, most importantly, to protect them into the long term. Primary care needs to be supported and direct intervention is required. The over-reliance on locum doctors and temporary staff must change. A plan to properly address the specific issues that rural practices face, such as the recruitment and retention of staff, as well as MDT rollouts, can act as a foundation to relieve some pressure within the primary care sector. Cairn Collier, if you would indulge me, as I am aware this isn't question time, I would like to ask the Minister for an update on the long-awaited new bill for the Lissenskey Health Centre, as I know I have submitted some questions over the last few months and years on that. And would the Minister be willing to meet with me around specific issues within GP provision in South Fermanagh?
To the Health Minister, but he's a very approachable person. You can talk to him normally most of the times. Call on Deborah Erskine, and you have up to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, Anya Murphy, my constituency colleague, for bringing forward this adjournment debate today, which is vitally important for our rural area. But pressures in our GP services is nothing new. For at least a decade, we've been warned of the consequences of underfunding in our primary care. And in the West, we've very unique challenges in attracting the GP workforce to our area. And our constituency is one of the most beautiful in the UK. We're very proud of our area. Yet it is a rural area and there are challenges to overcome, and we need to do more to promote our constituency as a place to live and to work. We also need to support the GP workforce that has remained in our area. Recruitment and retention are two sides of the same coin. And in the past, I've asked previous health ministers whether they would be minded to implement measures which might incentivise GPs to live and work in rural areas. It has been done elsewhere, and I know the member for South Down was in the Health Committee when we discussed initiatives like this. And it could be a measure to aid some of the issues that are in rural areas across Northern Ireland. Indeed, in the summer we heard that there were difficulties in accessing locums to keep services going. And as local representatives, there's no disputing that we hear of the challenges week in, week out that people have in accessing GP surgery appointments. But for context, recent findings from the NI Audit Office reveal concerning trends. Almost 1 in 3 local GP practices sought crisis support in the past 4 years. That is an alarming statistic and underscores the urgent need for action, and we cannot afford to overlook the challenges faced in our primary care workforce. So when you look at that in the context of Lissenskey Health Centre, which has been referenced by my colleague there, recently the Minister will be aware of posters that were put up outside the health centre. And I asked the question, what was achieved by doing that? Because, quite frankly, all I think it did was demoralise and hurt the staff that work there. They are trying to do their best in very difficult circumstances, and may I add, as was referenced, in a building that's crumbling down around them. So again, I would also ask the Minister just to give us an update in relation to where the medical centre is, because it will be a much welcome addition to our constituency and to health provision in my area. And my hope is that we can develop multidisciplinary teams and aid service provision in one of the most service-starved parts of our constituency. As MLAs, we have a situation in our area in which we have a GP workforce that is retiring with very little sign of anyone coming forward to take up the mantle in practices. And I pay tribute to GP practices in our area and thank them for the work that they are doing alongside the excellent community pharmacy provision in our areas. My practice of Brigba and Tempo Primary Care was one of 13 practices that had to hand back their contract in 22-23. The Western Trust stepped in to provide a service for some 8,000 patients on the books, and the Trust is stepping in and that is really an unsustainable situation. In the spring, we heard that the Minister had come to an agreement with GPs on new contractual arrangements. So has this made a difference to GPs coming to Fermanagh and South Tyrone and entering practices in areas? I come to another question, Minister, and I come with a common complaint that MLAs receive, which isn't just unique, I suppose, to Fermanagh and South Tyrone, but in 2022, I believe the then Health Minister announced 1.7 million, which would be invested into telephone services. And I have asked several times where that money has went to and for a breakdown of the surgeries that receive the money for this. And as yet, I haven't had an answer. Perhaps we need more accountability in terms of where money is actually directed in the system. And the reason I ask this is because practices have closed in Fermanagh and South Tyrone and have amalgamated, and this brings with it a burden upon the practice with increased calls to the surgery, and we need to have an infrastructure that's there to cope with that demand. As I mentioned, we need to see the MDT development in the South West Federation area. While services transform and are reshaped in our area, access to services at our first port of call, our primary care settings, will be truly transformative. Which brings me to a developing situation. I know it's not just Fermanagh, this is South Tyrone, but my practice, MLAs in this chamber will have received correspondence in relation to it last week that they informed us that the district nursing team would be relocated to Dungannon South Tyrone Hospital without any planned warning to the practice. And practices like the Moy practice rely on the district nursing team to support the most vulnerable members of the community. And those nurses are on site in a more immediate way within our practices. So I'd like to understand from the Minister if this is part of a wider reshaping of district nursing teams across the Trust areas, or indeed if this is unique to the Southern Trust area. Look, problems will not be addressed overnight, and I get that. However, the importance of delivering real change cannot be overstated in this area. And therefore, I impress upon the Minister the need to address the specific concerns relating to the rural area of Fermanagh and South Tyrone and include innovative ways to address the difficulties in GP services in our constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Jim O'Donnell, please?
And I thank my party colleague Anya Murphy for bringing this adjournment debate forward this afternoon. Primary care, in a wider sense, is generally the first point of contact within the health service for those who become unwell, providing 95% of the care people need throughout their lifetime. Therefore, let me first off acknowledge the enormous contribution of those working in primary care. And whilst primary care also includes our nurses, health visitors, physiotherapists, social workers, mental health practitioners and community pharmacists, our GPs have shouldered the burden of escalating demand, a declining workforce and real terms funding cuts like never before. As Deborah Erskine has just alluded to, the recent NIA Audit Office report on access to general practice found that almost 1 in 3 local practices have sought crisis support in the last 4 years. The absence of a specific workforce strategy for general practice has resulted in the failure to train, recruit, retain and reward staff, which consequently has led to a deterioration of service provision and limited progress toward the rollout of MDTs in local primary care settings. This is the foundation of the health service, and therefore significant levels of funding and transformation are required. With more than 1 in 10 GPs in the North leaving the profession last year, the need for support to preserve and protect the existing general practice workforce must be addressed as a matter of urgency. This sense of urgency feels even more pressing in Fermanagh, where we have all heard and experienced stories around failure to get GP appointments. And whilst people experienced difficulties during the day, it was brought to my attention that the whole of Fermanagh was left without out-of-hours GP cover for at least 36 hours one weekend in July, with some constituents being left with no alternative but to pay for a private GP appointment. Although I know the Health Minister cannot fix our GP crisis overnight, I did write to him highlighting this cause for huge concern and asking that this does not happen again. People cannot afford to be paying for this, and inevitably our health will deteriorate if this two-tier health service continues.
Thank you. Colin Con.
Last can call you, and thank you to Anya for bringing the motion. This is, as Deborah has stated, an issue that affects all of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, with several surgeries actually having been lost in the Dungannon area alone. And it is, I suppose, a complex issue, and I know from my time in the Health Committee that there are many factors to it. However, at rock bottom, I suppose, the key problem is the lack of availability of general practitioners. And Deborah has mentioned that, the ageing profile of them, the fact that we're seeing so many retirements. So I think I would urge, Minister, that you do everything you can to address that issue. I know I've previously worked with your colleague, Robin Swan, around the indemnity issue, and that has been resolved. There are probably other outstanding issues like professional qualification recognition across the island, which may help us to attract GPs from elsewhere. I suppose the other thing that I think there is merit in is around, and again it's been mentioned, really prioritising the multidisciplinary teams. Those other allied health professionals can bring so much to the equation, often dealing with issues better as well as taking pressure off GP, they can also deal with the issues better and more directly. I would ask that you consider, in places where there's particular pressure on GPs, that as the multidisciplinary teams are rolled out, that prioritisation would be given to areas which have reduced or are under threat of losing their cover, so that we don't see any further reduction in that. I also think the issue of social prescribing is one that has huge merit. And I believe that in terms of transformation more generally, actually transforming primary care and transforming that social element, we had a debate just yesterday around the European Social Fund and the value that our community and voluntary sector bring. And a lot of that value is in health-related areas. So I think there's something there that we could look at. And I know during COVID there was a review done of what was described as alternative workforce, and many of those were in the community and voluntary sector. And there may be issues there. But I think the other maybe area that we could be looking at is around the fact that we are now seeing many more young women coming into general practice, and often they will require maybe more flexibility in terms of, or won't want to do 5 days as a general practitioner. Young GPs coming out of medical school often want to do a specialism, and I think if we can find a way to develop contracts that encourage that, we could see more young students coming through into general practice. So I think in general, in conclusion, it's primary care. It's called that for a reason. It is the first point of contact. It's where the well-being and where the prevention of illness and deterioration and hospitalisation and worsening of conditions can take place if we can get the proper support out into the GP, get that care out into the community, and support general practice to deliver the service that they do so well.
I call on Colin McGrath.
Much, Deputy Speaker, and the Hawkeye members here will notice that I am not from Fermanagh or South Tyrone, but I am certainly happy to speak on behalf of the SDLP on this adjournment debate, and I think it's an important issue that those rural healthcare services are right for people, and Fermanagh is a great example of, if we can get it right there, we will be able to get it right in any rural community across the north. And really, all that I wanted to do in speaking to this adjournment debate was just to offer my reflections, having visited, I took over the summer as a member of the Health Committee and an interest in health, I visited a number of the bigger GP practices in my constituency just to catch up with them, to find out how things were going, to see what the pressures were, but also to see what was working well. And what I really want to just, and I know I'm echoing remarks that have already been made, we're really lucky in South Down to have the MDT multidisciplinary teams rolled out there, and they are just a game changer. The fact that in one of the health centres that I visited, in the practice, what they actually do in the morning is the doctors take about half an hour to an hour, and they triage all of the calls coming in, and then they send them to each one of those professionals, be that a social work if it's needed, physiotherapy, counselling, pharmacy. And as one of the GPs said to me, if somebody's ringing me up and they say that they've got a sore elbow, there's very little that they as a GP can actually do. But if they can send them to the physiotherapist, they're able to get the exact care that they need, and they don't need to come in and spend 10 or 15 minutes in a GP slot to be able to be told that they need to go and get that physiotherapy. They can be directed straight on to the physiotherapy list. So those GPs actually spend a bit of time each morning, and they populate the timetable for the rest of those professionals, which means that people are getting the exact care and the better care that they need, and then they're not blocking up the appointments in the GP practice to simply be sent on to somewhere else. And they have said that as a system, it works fantastic for them. And I think in a rural community, that is what you need. You go to that primary care facility, you get the treatment there that you actually need. You don't need to be simply signposted on to somewhere else and maybe on to a hospital which may be 25, 30 or even more miles away. So that experience of those MDTs, I think, was they're very positive. They're working well for people in a semi-rural community like we have in South Down, and I just think that they would be of great assistance to the services that there are. One of the other points that was raised, which I think is really important by the GPs, they felt like they were getting work done. They felt like they were directing patients to the services that they need. They felt then that they were getting to see the patients that they actually needed to see. They felt a bit of satisfaction in their work because they were able to do that signposting on within their health facility, getting people those appointments much quicker. And that gave them a sense of reward in their job. That's what makes people want to come into work each day. But if you've got health centres where there's just long lists, they're just trying to get through, they're never catching up, they're never getting enough of their work done, then the GPs start to feel stressed. And if they're feeling stressed and they're feeling unhappy in their work, they're going to want to go to somewhere else where they're not going to have those same pressures, and then you end up with practices that collapse. So I know we all know that MDTs are game changers. We can see what it does, and I hope maybe the Minister could give some feedback as to how quick we can get them rolled out even further so that we can provide those services where people need them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank Anya Murphy for bringing forward the debate today, and I also thank the members who have contributed. I think it is an opportunity to recognise and pay tribute to the fantastic work carried out by our primary care services. Can I just point out, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious I'm on my own in a party political sense. Baron Elliott of Ballinamallard would have loved to have taken part in this debate, as he represents the area, but he was called away, and our health spokesman Alan Chambers is inconvenienced, I believe, this afternoon, so it's not to be taken as a lack of interest in this issue. I will turn to members' comments presently, but can I just say that over the last 3.5 months I've had the opportunity to meet many staff working across primary care, and that includes a number of representatives from the South West GP Federation, and I think we're very fortunate to have such a dedicated workforce. I'm also very aware of the challenges that face general practice, and these are particularly felt in rural communities because there is a feeling there of being left out more generally in terms of public services and investment. And so I appreciate some people in Fermanagh have concerns about whether they will continue to be able to access high-quality primary care in their local area. And those concerns are not unique, of course, to Fermanagh, but they do carry a particular weight in rural areas. So I wish to reassure you my department has been and will continue to be working very closely with GP representatives on best responding to these challenges. As some of you will be aware, I want to make it my mission to tackle health inequalities in Northern Ireland, and I've announced plans for a pilot scheme under the banner Live Better, and that's aimed at taking services right into the heart of the community and making a positive difference to people's lives. And I'm very aware of the recent issues raised in the media with regard to those escalating tensions at the GP premises in Lisnaskea, and let me make this clear: absolutely unacceptable. And I condemn it utterly, and I fully support our primary care staff and value the dedication they show daily to those who need them. So you've asked about the new Health and Care Centre in Lisnaskea. It's a facility which will support the delivery of integrated primary and community care services for the population of Lisnaskea and the surrounding area of East Fermanagh. I hope I don't frustrate you too much when I say the announcement is imminent. Boom. I'm sorry. There is no issue that I'm aware of that's going to delay. It is going to happen. It is tied in with a couple of other announcements, and they need to be just tied down, dot the I's, cross the T's, and then I'm ready to go. But imminent means imminent, and yet, of course, I will give way to the very frustrated member.
Thank you to the Minister for giving way. Are we liable to see diggers on the ground before the end of 2024?
I will get back to you. There have been too many broken promises to make a promise in this chamber, so I want to get the timeframes absolutely nailed down, but I promise when I say imminent, I don't mean weeks and months. Okay? I also need to acknowledge I appreciate the need to further stabilise and bolster capacity for services in primary care more generally. So I fully understand the ongoing challenges that patients and GPs along with their teams face, not least the increasing demand and resultant increasing workloads. And Colin Gilden, you made the point about workforce. I think that point is extremely well made. If we think about health and social care, it's about buildings, it's about equipment, it's about medicines, but they don't matter or they don't count, they can't deliver without the workforce, without the people. So officials in my department have worked hard to ensure where contracts have been handed back that no practice has closed, and I commend them for that. Patients have continued to access GP services in their areas. Stability of services across Northern Ireland is going to require new ways of thinking about how our services are organised. And in the Fermanagh area, the Western Trust is playing a leading role in promoting stability through holding the contracts for GP practices which have got into difficulty. Currently, there are 3 such practices in the Fermanagh area, and my department is supporting Western Trust to move towards a more sustainable model for service provision in those practices through the appointment of salaried GPs, and this will help strengthen the service in these practices and reduce reliance on locums, which is a very expensive way of doing business. However, we cannot continue with a situation where in some instances GPs are facing such sustained levels of pressure that they feel the only course of action left open is to hand back their contract. So I want to build resilience and capacity in that service. I'm also under no illusion the new 2024-25 contract. It's not going to resolve all the challenges facing GPs. The issues impacting general practice are complex, and they will require a sustained and long-term response. In a standard week, our general medical services clinical teams are carrying out over 200,000 consultations, over half of which are face-to-face, and I think that maybe explains part of the pressure on access to services. But I also want to share this with members. According to our Business Services Organisation, BSO, their figures say that currently we have 1,448 GPs, excluding locums. And that's an increase over the last 10 years of just about a quarter, 22.7% increase. And per 100,000 registered population, we're just behind Scotland in terms of the head count of GPs. So Scotland has 77.1 GPs per 100,000 registered population. We have 70.9, and that compares really favourably, particularly with England, which has the lowest ratio at 56.4. 56.4 for them, we're at 70.9. So that suggests to me we shouldn't have the problems that we are having to endure at the moment. So I am determined to work at that. And Gemma Dolan made the point that 95% of first contact is at a primary level. And I would say, yes, that is true. And it is also true that primary gets 5.4% of the total budget. I would like to see that go up. I would like to see that go up really significantly. And that's why I'm promoting what Professor Bengoa called the shift left, where you get care. In the ideal world, for me, if you need access to health care, you get it in your home. And if you can't get it in your home, you get it as close to your home as possible, GP surgery, community centre, whatever. The second worst outcome is having to go to an acute hospital, and the worst outcome is having to go to an acute hospital and stay overnight. And the problem with the budget, of course, is that if you're in an acute hospital, that's where the big problems are and the expensive processes to fix. So to shift the budget left is going to require health inequalities being tackled, health literacy being tackled, people being more conscious about staying healthy and not getting sick. Deborah Erskine talked about promoting the beautiful constituency of Fermanagh, South Tyrone. And Anya Murphy asked if I would meet her to talk about problems in South Fermanagh. I most certainly will, but maybe we should do it in the beautiful constituency of Strangford. Maybe we should go down to Harrison's in Strangford Lough and have a little meeting there, and other restaurants, Deputy Speaker, are available. What else can I say in response to? I think the one thing I do want to talk about is multidisciplinary teams. Because, Professor Bengoa reported 8 years ago. Some people think that that report went on the shelf. It didn't. We have actually started actioning it and shifting left. We've got daycare procedures at places like Lagan Valley. We've got elective overnight centres like the SWA and the Causeway Hospital. We're going to develop that, I hope, in fullness of time. So things are happening, but the professor is coming back, scheduled to be here on the 9th of October to reboot that report, and that's where I'm going to say we need to finish this deal. Multidisciplinary teams clearly work. They're probably the biggest success story of recent years in terms of transforming our health service. And if I get the money from Fermanagh South Tyrone, 7 of the 17 GP federations have got MDTs. Fermanagh South Tyrone is joined to be one of the 3 in the next tranche. But I have to gently say to the members opposite and to Mrs Erskine, you voted for the budget. We didn't vote for the budget in this party, and one of the reasons was we weren't going to be able to roll out the MDTs as we would wish. Let us speak again after the debate about South Fermanagh.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, and thank you everybody for the debate. The Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.